Part 1. When Ellie awoke that morning, it was with the sense that something terrible had happened. Instinctively, she reached for Bones, the soft and cuddly stuffed dog who had shared her pillow ever since she could remember. When she'd had her 7th birthday last month, Andrea, her 15-year-old sister, had teased her that it was time to toss Bones in the attic. Then Ellie remembered what was wrong. Andrea hadn't come home last night. After dinner, she had gone to her best friend Joan's house to study for a math test. She had promised to be home by 9 o'clock. At 9:15, Mommy went to Joan's house to walk Andrea home, but they said Andrea had left at 8 o'clock. Mommy had come back home worried and almost crying just as Daddy got in from work. Daddy was a lieutenant in the New York State Police. Right away, he and Mommy had started calling all of Andrea's friends, but no one had seen her. They made Ellie go to bed, and eventually she fell asleep, waking only now. Maybe Andrea was home, she thought hopefully. Her bare feet silent on the steps, Ellie hurried downstairs. Their neighbor, Mrs. Hilmer, was sitting with Mommy in the kitchen. Mommy was wearing the same clothes she had on last night, and she looked as if she'd been crying for a long time. Ellie ran to her. "Mommy, where's Andrea?" "We don't know. Daddy and the police are looking for her." "Ellie, why don't you get dressed and I'll fix you some breakfast?" Mrs. Hilmer asked. Without asking, Ellie knew she wouldn't be going to school today. Just as she sat at the table where Mrs. Hilmer had put out juice and cornflakes, Daddy came through the kitchen door. "No sign of her," he said. "We've looked everywhere." Ellie could tell that Daddy was almost crying. Andrea was hiding. Ellie was sure of it. She had probably left Joan's house early on purpose because she was meeting Rob Westerfield in the hideout. Then maybe it got late and she was afraid to come home. Mommy always said that Andrea could twist Daddy around her little finger, but she didn't say that last month when one of the state troopers told Daddy he'd stopped Rob Westerfield to give him a ticket for speeding and that Andrea was with him at the time. Daddy hadn't said anything about it until after dinner. Then he said, "I see you're smart enough to realize that the trooper who gave Westerfield the ticket would tell me you were with him. Andrea, that guy is not only rich and spoiled, he's a bad apple through and through. When he kills himself speeding, you're not going to be in the car. You are absolutely forbidden to have anything to do with him." The hideout was in the garage behind the great big house that old Mrs. Westerfield, Rob's grandmother, lived in all summer. It was always unlocked, and sometimes Andrea and her friends sneaked in there and smoked cigarettes. Andrea had taken Ellie there a couple of times when she was babysitting her. Her friends had been really mad at Andrea for bringing her along, but she had said, "Ellie's a good kid. She's not a snitch." Ellie was sure that last night Andrea had left Joan's house early because she was planning to meet Rob Westerfield. Ellie had heard her when she talked to him on the phone yesterday, and when she was finished, she was practically crying. "I told Rob I was going to the mixer with Polly," she said, "and now he's really mad at me." Ellie thought about the conversation as she finished the cornflakes and juice. Daddy was standing at the stove. "Is it all right if I go outside now?" "Yes, but stay around the house." Ellie ran for her jacket and was quickly out the door. It was the 15th of November, and the leaves were damp and felt sloshy underfoot. There were woods all around their property. The big Westerfield house was directly behind theirs, but on the other side of the woods. Glancing back at the kitchen window to make sure no one had seen her, Ellie began to dart through the trees. 5 minutes later, she reached the clearing and ran across the field to where the Westerfield property began. She raced up the long driveway. There was a side door to the garage, and that was the one that was unlocked. Ellie stepped into the gloom of the interior. The garage was big enough to hold 4 cars, but the only one Mrs. Westerfield left after the summer was the van. Andrea and her friends had brought some old blankets to sit on when they went there. She didn't know why she felt suddenly afraid, but she did. Then she saw it, the edge of the blanket peeking out from behind the van. Andrea was here. "Andrea," she called softly so that Andrea wouldn't be scared. Ellie could see Andrea's long hair trailing out from under the blanket. She was probably asleep. "Andrea, it's me." Ellie sank to her knees beside Andrea and pulled back the blanket covering her face. Andrea had a mask on, a terrible monster mask that looked all sticky and gummy. Ellie reached down to pull it off, and her fingers went into a broken space in Andrea's forehead. As she jerked back, she became aware of the pool of Andrea's blood soaking through her slacks. Then, from somewhere in the big room, she was sure she heard someone breathing, harsh, heavy, sucking-in breaths that broke off in a kind of giggle. Terrified, she tried to get up, but her knees slid in the blood and she fell forward across Andrea's chest. Her lips grazed something smooth and cold, Andrea's gold locket. Then she managed to scramble to her feet, and she turned and began to run. She didn't know she was shrieking until she was almost home, and Ted and Janine Kavanaugh ran into the backyard to see their younger daughter burst out of the woods, her arms outstretched, her little form covered in her sister's blood. With the exception of when his team practiced or had a game during the football season, 16-year-old Polly Strobel worked in Hillwood's service station after school and all day Saturday. The alternative was to help out during those same hours at his parents' delicatessen a block away on Main Street, something he'd been doing from the time he was 7 years old. Slow academically, but good with things mechanical, he loved to repair cars, and his parents had been understanding of his desire to work for someone else. With unruly blonde hair, blue eyes, round cheeks, and a stocky 5'8" frame, Polly was considered a quiet, hard-working employee by his boss at the service station and something of a dopey nerd by his fellow students at Delano High. His one achievement in school was to be on the football team. On Friday, when word of Andrea Kavanaugh's murder reached the school, guidance counselors were sent to all the classes to break the news to the students. Paul was in the middle of a study period when Miss Watkins came into his classroom. In halting sentences, she informed them that sophomore Andrea Kavanaugh had been killed, the victim of foul play. The reaction was a chorus of shocked gasps and tearful protests. Then a shouted "No!" silenced the others. Quiet, placid Paulie Strobel, his face twisted in grief, had sprung to his feet. Fierce sobs racked his body, and he ran from the room. As the door closed behind him, he said something in a voice too muffled for most of them to hear. However, Emma Watkins, the guidance counselor, already stunned by the tragedy, was positive that the anguished words he shouted were, "I didn't think she was dead." That afternoon, for the first time in the 6 months he'd been working at the service station, Polly did not show up, nor did he call his boss to explain his absence. When his parents got home that evening, they found him lying on top of the bed, staring at the ceiling, pictures of Andrea scattered beside him. Anya Strobel acted instinctively when she saw the pictures on her son's bed. She swooped them up and put them in her pocketbook. Then she sat down next to Polly and put her arms around him. "Andrea was such a pretty girl," she said soothingly, her voice heavy with the accent that became stronger when she was upset. "I remember how she congratulated when you made that great catch and saved the game last spring. Like her other friends, you are very, very sad." Polly Strobel began to cry. "Mama, I loved her so much." "You liked her, Paul," Anya said insistently. "Try to remember that." "It's a shame Ted and Janine are both only children," Ellie heard Mrs. Hilmer say a couple of times on Saturday. "It makes it easier when there's a lot of family around at a time like this." Ellie didn't care about having more family. She just wanted Andrea back, and she wanted Mommy to stop crying, and she wanted Daddy to talk to her. He'd hardly said a word to her since she came running home, and he grabbed her up in his arms, and she managed to tell him where Andrea was and that she'd been hurt. Later, after he'd gone to the hideout and had seen Andrea and all the police came, he'd said, "Ellie, you knew last night she might have gone to the garage. Why didn't you tell us then?" "You didn't ask me, and you made me go to bed." "Yes, I did," he admitted. But then later she heard him say to one of the cops, "If only I had known Andrea was there. She might still have been alive at 9 o'clock. I might have found her in time." Somebody from the police talked to Ellie and asked her questions about the hideout and about who else went there. In her head, Ellie could hear Andrea saying, "Ellie is a good kid. She's not a snitch." Thinking about Andrea and knowing that she'd never come home again made Ellie begin to cry so hard that the police stopped questioning her. Then on Saturday afternoon, a man who said he was Detective Marcus Longo came to the house. He took Ellie into the dining room and closed the door. She thought he had a nice face. He told her that he had a little boy exactly her age and that they looked a lot alike. "He has the same blue eyes," he said, "and his hair is just the color of yours. I tell him it reminds me of sand when the sun is shining on it." Then he told her that 4 of Andrea's friends had admitted they went to the hideout with her, but none of them had been there that night. He named the girls, then asked, "Ellie, do you know any other girls who might have met your sister there?" It wasn't like snitching on them if they had already told on themselves. "No," she whispered. "That was all of them." "Is there anyone else Andrea might have met at the hideout?" She hesitated. She couldn't tell him about Rob Westerfield. That would really be telling on Andrea. Detective Longo said, "Ellie, someone hurt Andrea so much that she isn't alive anymore. Don't protect that person. Andrea would want you to tell us anything you know." Ellie looked down at her hands. "Sometimes she would meet Rob Westerfield at the hideout," she whispered. Detective Longo leaned forward. "Do you know if she was going to meet him there the other night?" he asked. Ellie could tell that he was excited to hear about Rob. "I think she was. Polly Strobel had asked her to go to the Thanksgiving mixer with him, and she said yes. She didn't really want to go with him, but Polly had told her he knew she was sneaking off to meet Rob Westerfield, and she was afraid he would tell Daddy if she didn't go with him. But then Rob was mad at her, and she wanted to explain to him that that was why she agreed to go out with Polly, to keep him from telling Daddy. So maybe that's why she left Joan's house early." "How did Polly know that Andrea was seeing Rob Westerfield?" "Andrea said that she thought he sometimes followed her to the hideout. Polly wanted her to be his girlfriend." Wherever Ellie went, she felt in the way. After the nice detective left, she tried to find Mommy, but Mrs. Hilmer said that the doctor had given her something to help her rest. Daddy spent almost all the time in his little den with the door closed. He said he wanted to be left alone. Some of Mommy's friends sat in the kitchen. Mrs. Lewis spoke. "If only Ellie had told them that Andrea used to go to that garage that the kids called the hideout, Ted might have gotten there in time." If only Ellie. Ellie went up the stairs, careful to walk very quietly. The door to Andrea's room was closed. She opened it as quietly as she always did on Saturday mornings when she'd peek in to see if Andrea was still sleeping. Daddy was standing at Andrea's desk. He was holding a framed picture in his hands. Ellie knew it was the baby picture of Andrea, the one in the silver frame that had Daddy's little girl engraved across the top. As she watched, he lifted the top of the music box. That was another present he had bought for Andrea right after she was born. Daddy joked that Andrea never wanted to go to sleep when she was a baby, and so he'd wind up the music box and dance around the room with her and play the song from it, singing the words softly until she dozed off. Ellie had asked if he did that with her too, but Mommy said no because she was always a good sleeper. From the day she was born, she'd been no trouble at all. Some of the song's words ran through Ellie's head as the music drifted through the room. "You're Daddy's little girl, to have and to hold. You're the spirit of Christmas, my star on the tree, and you're Daddy's little girl." As she watched, Daddy sat on the edge of Andrea's bed and began to sob. Ellie backed out of the room, closing the doors quietly as she had opened it. Part 2. 23 years later. My sister Andrea was murdered nearly 23 years ago, yet it always seems as though it was just yesterday. Rob Westerfield was arrested 2 days after the funeral and charged with first-degree murder. Rob's defense was that he had gone to the movies the night Andrea was murdered. The cinema parking lot was full, and he left his car at the service station next door. He said that the pumps were closed, but he found Polly Strobel working in the enclosed garage. He said he looked in on Polly and told him he was leaving the car there and would pick it up after the movies. He claimed that while he was watching the movie, Polly Strobel must have driven to the hideout in his car, killed Andrea, then left the car back at the service station. Rob said he'd left the car at the station at least half a dozen times to get dents fixed, and that on any of those occasions Polly could have had an extra key made. He tried to explain away the blood on his clothes and in the ridges of his sneakers by claiming that Andrea had begged him to meet her at the hideout. He said that she had been pestering him with phone calls and phoned him at dinner time the night she died. She told him that she was going to a mixer with Polly Strobel and didn't want him to be mad at her. "I didn't care who she went out with," Rob explained when he testified at the trial. "She was just a kid in town who had a crush on me." He had an explanation for why he went to the garage hideout that night. "I got out of the movie," he testified, "and started to drive home. Then I got worried about her. Even though I told her that I wasn't going to meet her, she said she'd wait there for me anyway. I thought I'd better drop by and make sure she went home before her dad got angry. The light in the garage had burned out. I kind of fumbled along and walked around behind the van. That's where Andrea and her friends used to sit on blankets and smoke cigarettes. I felt the blanket under my foot. I could just about make out that someone was lying there, and I figured Andrea must have been waiting for me and fallen asleep. Then I knelt down, and I could feel the blood on her face. I ran." He was asked why he ran. "Because I was scared somebody might think I did it." "What did you think happened to her?" "I didn't know. I was scared. But when I found out that the tire jack in my trunk had blood on it, I knew it had to be Polly who killed her." He was very slick, and his testimony was well rehearsed. A good-looking young guy, he made a strong impression. But I was Rob Westerfield's nemesis. I remember being on the stand and answering the questions the prosecutor asked. "Ellie, did Andrea call Rob Westerfield before she went to do homework with Joan?" "Yes." "Did you hear the conversation?" "Just a little of it. I went into her room. She was almost crying. She was telling Rob that she couldn't help it that she was going with Polly to the mixer, that she had to do it. She didn't want Polly to tell Daddy that she sometimes met Rob in the hideout." "Then what happened?" "She told Rob she was going to Joan's to do homework, and he told her to meet him at the hideout." "Did you hear him tell her that?" "No, but when she hung up, she said, 'Rob wants me to leave Joni's early and meet him in the hideout. He's mad at me. He said I'm not supposed to go out with anyone else.'" "Then what happened?" And then on the stand I broke the sacred promise I had made to her that I would never tell anyone about the locket Rob had given her. It was gold and heart-shaped and had little blue stones. Andrea had shown me that Rob had had their initials engraved on the back, and so without being asked, I added, "She put on her locket before she left, so I was pretty sure she would meet him." "A locket?" "Rob gave her a locket. Andrea wore it under her blouse so no one could see it, but I could feel it when I found her in the garage." I remember sitting on the witness stand. I remember trying not to look at Rob Westerfield. He kept staring at me. I could feel the hatred coming from him. And I swear I could read the thoughts of my mother and father who were sitting behind the prosecutor. "Ellie, you should have told us. You should have told us." My testimony was pounced on by the defense attorneys. They brought out that Andrea often wore a locket that my father had given her, that it was on top of her dresser after her body was found, that I was making up stories, or that I was repeating the stories Andrea had made up about Rob. Did anyone believe what I told them about the locket? I don't know. The case went to the jury, and they were out for nearly a week. They believed that Rob carried that tire jack into the garage because he intended to kill Andrea. I reread the transcript of the trial the first few times Westerfield came up for parole, and I wrote vehement letters protesting his release. But since he has served nearly 22 years, I knew that this time the parole may well be granted, and that is why I have come back to Oldham on the Hudson. I am 30 years old, live in Atlanta, and work as an investigative reporter with the Atlanta News. The editor-in-chief, Pete Lawler, considers it a personal affront if anyone on the staff takes even a yearly vacation, so I expected him to hit the ceiling when I told him I needed a few days off immediately and might need more later. "What's up?" I had not told anyone at the newspaper anything about my personal life. But Pete Lawler is one of those people who seem to know everything about everybody. 31 years old, balding, and always fighting to get off those 10 extra pounds, he was probably the smartest man I've ever met. 6 months after I'd started at the news and covered the story of a murdered teenager, he said in an offhand manner, "That must have been a tough one for you to write. I know about your sister." He didn't expect a response, nor did I give him one, but I felt his empathy. It did help. It had been an emotionally wrenching assignment. Andrea's killer is coming up for parole. I'm afraid he may get it this time, and I want to see if there's anything I can do to stop it. Pete leaned back in his chair. He always wore an open-neck shirt and a sweater. Sometimes I've wondered if he even owns a jacket. He didn't ask any more questions. He just nodded. "Go ahead," he said. But as I turned away, he added, "Ellie, you're not as tough as you think you are." "Yes, I am." I didn't bother to thank him for the time off. That was yesterday. The next day, Saturday, I flew from Atlanta to the Westchester County Airport and rented a car. I could have stayed at a motel in Ossining near Sing Sing, the prison where Andrea's killer has been incarcerated. Instead, I drove 15 miles further to my old hometown, Oldham on the Hudson, and managed to find the quaint Parkinson Inn that I vaguely remembered as a place where we sometimes went for lunch or dinner. The inn had only 8 guest rooms, but one was still available, a Spartan space containing a bed with an iron headboard, a 2-drawer bureau, a night table, and a chair. It faced east, the direction where the house we lived in was located. I stood at the window staring out, and it seemed to me I was 7 years old again, and watching my father holding the music box. When I felt tears stinging the back of my eyes, I turned away from the window, reached for my backpack, and tossed it on the bed. I almost smiled as I unpacked, realizing that I had a nerve to even mentally criticize Pete Lawler's casual wardrobe. I was wearing jeans and a turtleneck sweater. In the bag, besides a nightshirt and underwear, I was carrying only a long wool skirt and 2 other sweaters. My favorite shoes are clogs, which is just as well because I'm 5'9". My hair has kept its sandy shade. I wear it long and either twist it up or clip it at the back of my neck. Pretty, feminine Andrea resembled Mother. I have my father's strong features, which work better on a man than on a woman. No one would ever call me the star on the Christmas tree. Tantalizing aromas were drifting up from the dining room, and I realized I was hungry. It was 1:30 when I went down to the dining room, and the lunch crowd was thinning out. "May I get you a beverage?" asked the waitress, a smiling gray-haired woman with the name tag Liz. Why not, I thought, and ordered a glass of red wine. When she came back, I told her I'd decided on the onion soup, and she said that it was always a favorite. "Have you been here long, Liz?" I asked. 25 years. Hard for me to believe." She might have waited on us years ago. I sipped the wine and gradually began to remember when we'd been here as a family, back when we were a family, and that thought wrenched me back to the day of Andrea's funeral and the terrible public confrontation between my mother and father. After the funeral, we went back to the house. The women in the neighborhood had put together a spread, and a lot of people were there. I wandered among them, and even though there is no question that people spoke to me and told me what a brave little girl I was, I felt acutely alone. I wanted Andrea. By then, everyone had heard about Polly Strobel's outburst in school and knew that Andrea had been in Rob Westerfield's car when it was stopped for speeding on the thruway last month. Rob Westerfield. He was 19 when he noticed my sister. What business did he have fooling around with Andrea, a sophomore in high school? Wasn't there some story about his having been involved in what happened to his grandmother at her house? It was precisely as I overheard that particular remark that the doorbell rang, and Mrs. Story from the Bridge Club, who was already in the vestibule, went to answer it. Standing on the porch was Mrs. Dorothy Westerfield, Rob's grandmother, and the owner of the estate with the garage where Andrea had died. She was a handsome, impressive woman, broad-shouldered and full-bosomed. She stepped into the vestibule, and her eyes swept the interior as she looked for my mother, who by then was pulling her hands away from her friends and struggling to stand up. Mrs. Westerfield went directly to her. "I was in California and could not get back until now, But I had to tell you, Janine, how heartbroken I am for you and your family. Many years ago, I lost a teenage son in a skiing accident, so I do understand what you are going through." As my mother nodded gratefully, my father's voice rang through the room. "But it wasn't an accident, Mrs. Westerfield. My daughter was murdered, and your grandson may have been the one who killed her. So please get out of here. You're damn lucky that you're still alive yourself. You still don't believe he was involved in that burglary when you were shot and left for dead, do you?"
"Ted, how can you say that?" my mother pleaded. "Mrs. Westerfield, I apologize. My husband—"
"Don't you dare apologize for me, Janine," he shouted. "There isn't a cop in this house who doesn't know that Rob Westerfield is rotten through and through. My daughter, our daughter, is dead. Now you," he walked over to Mrs. Westerfield, "you get out of my house." Mrs. Westerfield did not answer him, but gave my mother's hand a squeeze and walked unhurriedly to the door. When she spoke, my mother did not raise her voice, but her tone was a whiplash. "You want Rob Westerfield to be the one who took Andrea's life, don't you, Ted? You know Andrea was crazy about him, and you couldn't stand that. You want to know something? You were jealous. If you had been reasonable and let her go out with him, or any other boy for that matter, she wouldn't have had to make secret dates." The skin over my father's cheekbones reddened, whether from embarrassment or fury, I am still not sure. "If she had obeyed me, she would still be alive today," he said evenly, his voice quiet but bitter. "It's a damn good thing you're not investigating this case. What about that Strobel kid? What about that handyman, Will Nebels? What about the tooth fairy?" Now my father's tone was contemptuous. He turned and went back into the den where his friends were gathered. He closed the door behind him. Finally, there was complete silence. My mother slept in Andrea's room that night, and every night for the next 10 months, until after the trial, when not even all the Westerfield money and a high-powered defense team could save Rob Westerfield from being found guilty of murder in Andrea's death. Then the house was sold. My father moved to Irvington, and my mother and I began a nomadic life. 3 years after the divorce, he remarried. By then I had paid my second and final visit to him in Irvington. I did not want to go to his wedding, nor did I care when he wrote to me to tell me I had a baby brother. Edward James Kavanaugh, Jr. is about 17 now. My mother, who had worked briefly as a secretary before marriage, got a job with a national hotel chain. Always very attractive, she was also smart and diligent, and worked her way up rapidly to being a kind of troubleshooter, which entailed moving every 18 months or so to a different hotel in a different city. The 3rd grade in Florida, the 4th and 5th in Louisiana, the 6th in Colorado, the 7th in California, the 8th in New Mexico. Unfortunately, she applied that same diligence to concealing from everyone, except me, the fact that she became an alcoholic, drinking steadily each day from the moment she arrived home from work. For years she managed to retain enough control to do her job, with only occasional bouts of flu when she needed several days to sober up. The drinking sometimes made her silent and morose. At other times she became loquacious, and it was during those sessions that I realized how passionately in love she was with my father. Ellie, I was crazy about him from the time I first laid eyes on him. My father's check for my support arrived without fail on the 1st of the month, but I saw him only occasionally those first few years, and then not at all. Andrea, his golden child, was gone. Being under the same roof with me seemed to open whatever scar tissue he had managed to grow over his wounds. If only I had told about the hideout. As I grew up, my adoration of my father was replaced with resentment. What about asking yourself? If only I had questioned Ellie instead of ordering her to bed. What about that, Daddy? By the time I began college, we had been in California long enough to establish residency, and I went to UCLA as a journalism major. My mother died of cirrhosis of the liver after I received my master's degree, and wanting a fresh start, I applied for and got the job in Atlanta. Atlanta, the gateway to the South. It proved to be a good move for me. At last I began to develop a sense of permanence. My last contact with my father was to write and inform him that my mother had died, and I would like to have her ashes shipped to Gate of Heaven Cemetery and interred in Andrea's grave. He wrote back, expressing sympathy for me, and told me he had made the arrangements I requested. He also invited me to come and visit in Irvington. I sent the ashes and declined the invitation. The onion soup had warmed me up, and the memories had made me restless. I decided to go upstairs to my room, get my jacket, and drive around town. The message light on the phone in my room was blinking. I had an urgent message to call Pete Lawler. He picked up on the first ring. "You seem to have a gift for being in the right place at the right time, Ellie," he said. "It's just coming over the wire services. The Westerfields are holding a press conference in 15 minutes. CNN is covering it. Will Nebels, the handyman who was questioned in your sister's murder, has just made a statement claiming he saw Paul Strobel in Rob Westerfield's car the night Andrea was killed." "Why didn't Nebels tell that story years ago?" I snapped. "He claims he was afraid someone would try to blame him for your sister's death." "How was it that he saw all this happen?" "He was in the grandmother's house. He'd done some repairs there and knew the code for the alarm. He also knew that the grandmother had a habit of leaving loose cash in drawers around the house. He was broke and needed money. He was in the master bedroom, which has windows overlooking the garage, and when the car door opened, he got a good look at Strobel's face." "He's lying," I said flatly. "Watch the press conference," Pete told me. "Then cover the story. You're an investigative reporter." He paused. "Unless it's too close to home for you." "It's not," I said. "I'll talk to you later." The news conference was held in the White Plains office of William Hamilton, Esquire, the criminal attorney retained by the Westerfield family to prove Robson Park Westerfield's innocence. Hamilton opened the proceedings by introducing himself. He was standing between two men. One I recognized from his pictures as Rob's father, Vincent Westerfield. He was a distinguished figure in his mid-60s, with silver hair and patrician features. On Hamilton's other side, a visibly nervous, somewhat bleary-eyed fellow, who could have been anywhere between 60 and 70, was compulsively opening and closing his interlocked fingers. He was introduced as Will Nebels. Hamilton gave a brief summary of his background. "Will Nebels has worked in Oldham for years as a handyman. He often worked for Mrs. Dorothy Westerfield at her country home, the one at which Andrea Kavanaugh's body was found in the garage. Along with many other people, Mr. Nebels was questioned as to his whereabouts that Thursday evening when Andrea lost her life. Mr. Nebels claimed at the time that he had dinner at the counter in the local diner and went directly home. He had been seen at the diner, and there was no reason to doubt his story. However, when best-selling true crime writer Jake Byrne, who is writing a book about Andrea Kavanaugh's death and Rob Westerfield's claim of innocence, spoke to Mr. Nebels, new facts came to light." Nebels shifted nervously. "I feel bad," Nebels began, his voice hoarse. "It's something I've been living with, and when the writer fellow started talking to me about the case, I knew I had to get it off my chest." He then gave the same story that had come over the wires. Then it was Vincent Westerfield's turn to speak. "For 22 years my son has been locked in a prison cell amidst hardened criminals. He has always protested his innocence in this terrible crime." He drew himself up, and his voice became deeper and louder. "My son is coming up for parole. From what we are led to understand, he will be released from prison. That isn't good enough. With this newly discovered evidence, we will seek a new trial, and we believe that this time Rob will be acquitted. We can only hope that Paul Strobel, the real killer, will be put on trial and placed behind bars for the rest of his life." I was watching the news conference on a television in the little sitting room on the main floor of the inn. I was so enraged I wanted to throw something at the screen. For Rob Westerfield, it was a win-win situation. If he was found guilty again, they couldn't put him back in prison. He'd already served his sentence. If he was acquitted, the state would never put Paulie Strobel on trial on the word of an unreliable witness like Will Nebels. Nonetheless, in the eyes of the world, he would be the murderer. The members of the media were hurling questions. "Were you promised any money in exchange for this testimony, Mr. Nebels?" I heard a reporter ask. Exactly my question, I thought. Hamilton took over. "Absolutely not." "Has Mr. Nebels made a statement to the district attorney?" "Not yet. We wanted the fair-minded public to be aware of his statement before there is any spin put on it by the prosecutor." The camera switched to the CNN anchor. Observing this interview with us from his home in Oldham-on-the-Hudson is retired Detective Marcus Longo.
Mr. Longo, what do you think of Mr. Neville's statement?
It's a total fabrication. Robson Westerfield was found guilty of murder because he is guilty of murder. I can understand the anguish of his family, but to try to shift the blame to an innocent special needs person is beneath contempt.
Bravo, I thought. The memory of Detective Longo years ago sitting with me in the dining room, telling me that it was all right to give up Andrea's secrets, vividly replayed itself in my mind. Longo was about 60 now, a long-faced man with heavy, dark brows and a Roman nose. His remaining hair was a salt and pepper fringe around his head, but he had an innate dignity that heightened the effect of his obvious scorn for the charade we had just witnessed. He still lived in Oldham. I decided that at some point I would call him. The news conference was over, and people began to drift out of the room. The desk clerk, a studious-looking young man who looked as if he was fresh out of college, came over to me.
"Is everything okay with your room, Miss Cavanaugh?"
A waitress was passing the sofa where I was sitting. She turned and looked at me sharply, and I knew she wanted to ask if I was any relation to the young girl who was murdered in the Westerfield case. It was the first indication that I would have to give up the personal anonymity I craved if I stayed in Oldham. So be it, I thought. This is something I have to do. Mrs. Hilmer still lived in the same house down the street from ours. Mrs. Hilmer had been watching for me. The minute I got out of the car, the front door opened. A moment later, I felt her fierce hug. She had always been a small woman, cozily plump with a motherly face and vivacious brown eyes. Now her hair was completely silver, and there were lines around her eyes and mouth, but basically she was as I remembered her. There was coffee perking on the stove and blueberry muffins fresh from the oven. At my insistence, we stayed in the kitchen and sat at the banquette. She looked at me.
"Ellie, since the day Rob was let out of the courtroom in handcuffs and shackles, the Westerfields have been insisting that he's innocent and have been fighting to get him released. They've got a lot of people convinced of it, too."
Her expression became troubled.
"Ellie, that fellow who's writing a book about the case came to see me. Somebody had told him I was close to your family."
I sensed a warning in her words. "What's he like?"
"Polite. Asked a lot of questions. I was careful of every word that passed my lips, but I'm telling you right now that Byrne has a point of view, and he's going to make the facts fit it. He asked if the reason your father was so strict with Andrea was that she would sneak off to meet a lot of different boys."
"That's not true."
"Ellie, be careful. That writer also suggested to me that you were an emotionally unstable child. It's something he's going to imply in his book."
So that's the tack he's going to take, I thought. Andrea was a tramp, I was emotionally unstable, and Polly Strobel is a killer. If I hadn't been sure of it before, I knew now that I had my job cut out for me. "Rob Westerfield may get out of prison, Mrs. Hilmer," I said, and then I added firmly, "but by the time I finish investigating and writing about every dirty detail of his rotten life, no one will want to walk down the block with him, day or night. And if he gets a second trial, no jury will acquit him." On Monday morning at 10 o'clock, I had my meeting in Albany with Martin Brand, who was on the staff of the parole board. He was a tired-looking man of about 60, with pouches under his eyes and a thick head of gray hair that was overdue for attention from his barber. There was no doubt that he had heard many versions of my protest 1,000 times over the years.
"Ms. Cavanaugh, Westerfield has been turned down for parole twice. This time it's my guess the decision will be to let him out."
"He's a recidivist."
"You can't be sure of that."
"You can't be sure that he's not."
"Ms. Cavanaugh, I have little doubt that Rob Westerfield is guilty, but I think you have to resign yourself to the fact that he's served his time and that after a couple of incidents during the first years, he's behaved himself."
I would love to have known what those couple of incidents were, but I'm sure Martin Brand was not going to share them with me. I pushed the chair back and got up. Brand stood up too.
"Ms. Cavanaugh, here's a piece of unwelcome advice. I get the feeling you've lived with the memory of your sister's brutal murder all your life, but you can't bring her back, and you can't keep Rob Westerfield in prison any longer. And if he goes for a new trial and is acquitted, that's the way it is. You're a young woman. Go home to Atlanta and try to put this tragedy behind you."
"That's good advice, Mr. Brand, and I'll probably take it someday," I said. "But not now." 3 years ago, after I'd written a series of articles about Jason Lambert, a serial killer in Atlanta, I received a call from Maggie Reynolds, a New York book editor I'd met on a crime panel. She offered me a contract to convert the articles into a book. The book did surprisingly well, even clinging for a few weeks to the bottom of the New York Times bestseller list. I called Maggie after I left Brand's office. After describing the case and the investigative track I intended to pursue, she readily agreed to give me a contract for a book about Andrea's murder, a book that I promised her would conclusively prove Rob Westerfield's guilt.
"There's a lot of hype about the one Jake Byrne is writing," Maggie told me. "I'd like to go toe-to-toe on it with a book from you. Byrne broke his contract with us after we spent a fortune on publicity on his last book trying to build him up."
I figured the project would take about 3 months of intensive research and writing, and then if Rob Westerfield succeeded in getting a new trial, several months beyond that. The inn would be too confining and too expensive to stay in over the long haul, so I asked Mrs. Hilmer if she knew of any rental apartments in the area. She waved my suggestion away, insisting that I stay in the guest apartment over her garage. It was a great solution, and perhaps the only drawback was that it meant driving past our old house on a regular basis. I assumed that eventually repetition would dull the instant flash of pain that hit me now as I passed that acre of property. I checked out of the inn, moved into Mrs. Hilmer's guest apartment, and on Wednesday flew back to Atlanta, arriving in the office at 5:45 in the evening. I knew there was no chance that Pete would have gone home. He was married to the job. He looked up, saw me, grinned briefly, and said, "Let's talk over a plate of spaghetti." Pete has an intensity about him that sends electric jolts into the people around him. He went with the News, a privately owned daily right out of graduate school, and within 2 years he was managing editor. By the time he was 28, he was wearing 2 hats, editor-in-chief and publisher, and the dying daily, as it had been labeled, suddenly had a new lease on life. Hiring an investigative crime reporter was one of his ideas to rev up circulation, and getting the job 6 years ago was a stroke of luck for me. I had just been taken on as a cub reporter. When the guy Pete wanted for the position backed out at the last minute, I was told to fill in, but only until a permanent replacement was found. Then one day, without comment, Pete stopped looking for that replacement. I had the job. Napoli's is truly the kind of neighborhood restaurant you find all over Italy. Pete ordered a bottle of Chianti and grabbed a chunk of the warm bread that had been deposited on our table. The wine came, was approved by Pete, and uncorked. I took a sip of it and plunged into what I had to say. I've been doing a lot of homework. The whitewash job on Westerfield has every possibility of succeeding. Jake Byrne is a good writer. He's already done an article on the case that will be coming out next month in Vanity Fair. Pete reached for another piece of warm bread.
"What can you do about it?"
"I am writing a book that will come out in the spring, the same week Byrne's is published." I told him about my call to Maggie Reynolds. "She'll put me on the fast track for publication, but in the meantime I've got to counteract Byrne's articles and the Westerfield family's press releases." Pete waited. I continued. "I'm fully aware that a series of articles about a crime committed 22 years ago in Westchester County, New York, might not be of great interest to a readership in Georgia."
"Agreed. So what do you propose to do?"
"Take a leave of absence if you can give it to me. Or if that isn't feasible, quit, write the book, and take my chances after it's finished." The waiter came to the table. We both ordered cannelloni and a green salad.
"Ellie, I'll hold your job open for you as long as it's in my power to do it."
"What does that mean?"
"I may not be around much longer myself. I've had a couple of interesting offers that I'm considering."
I was shocked. "But the News is your baby."
"We're getting too big for the competition. There's real talk of our being bought out for big bucks."
"Where are you thinking of going?"
"The LA Times is probably going to make an offer. The other possibility is Houston."
"Which would you prefer?"
"Until there's an offer on the plate, I'm not wasting my time making choices that may not exist."
Pete didn't wait for me to comment before he went on.
"Ellie, I've been doing a little research of my own on your case. The Westerfields are getting good at criminal defense strategy. Do what you have to do, but please, if Westerfield goes to trial and gets acquitted, swear to yourself that you'll walk away from it." Pete meant his advice kindly, but that night as I packed the things I needed for an extended stay in Oldham, I realized that even he had the feeling that, guilty or innocent, Rob Westerfield had served his time.
that people would think whatever they wanted about the merits of the case, and that it was time for me to drop it. Nothing wrong with righteous wrath, I thought, except when it hangs around too long. I drove back to Oldham, and the following week Rob Westerfield's parole hearing was held. As expected, the parole was granted, and it was announced that he would be released on October 31st. Halloween, I thought. How appropriate. The night that demons walk the earth. Polly Strobel was behind the counter when I opened the door of the delicatessen, setting off the jingling of the bell attached to it. I believe my memory of his physical appearance was partially, or perhaps even solely, based on the pictures of him I saw in the newspapers my mother had kept, newspapers that reported every detail of Andrea's murder and the trial. Mother had never told me that she had this collection of newspapers or the transcript of the trial. After her death, I was shocked to learn that the bulky suitcase which accompanied us in all our moves was actually a Pandora's box of misery. I suspect now that when drink sent Mother into depressed reverie, she may have opened that suitcase and relived her private crucifixion. I knew Polly and Mrs. Strobel must have heard that I was in town. When he looked up and saw me, he was startled, but then his expression became guarded. It was a few minutes before 6 o'clock, closing time, and as I had hoped, there were no last-minute customers waiting to be served. "Polly, I'm Ellie Kavanaugh." I walked over to him and extended my hand across the counter. He took it, his grasp firm, even uncomfortably strong. "I heard you were back. Will Nebels is lying. I wasn't in the garage that night." His voice was a hurt protest. "I know you weren't." "It's not fair for him to say that." The door that separated the kitchen from the front of the store opened, and Mrs. Strobel came out. I had the immediate impression that she was always alert for even a hint that something wasn't going smoothly with her son. When she saw me, she said, "Ellie?" And when I nodded, her concerned expression lightened into a welcoming smile. She hurried around the counter to embrace me. After I testified in court, Mrs. Strobel had come up to me, taken both my hands in hers, and close to tears thanked me. The defense attorney had tried to get me to say that Andrea was afraid of Polly, and I guess on the stand I got pretty definite. "I didn't say Andrea was afraid of Polly 'cause she wasn't. She was afraid Polly would tell Daddy that she sometimes met Rob in the hideout." "It is so good to see you, Ellie," Mrs. Strobel told me as her lips brushed my cheek. "Put the close sign on the door, Polly, and lock up," Mrs. Strobel said briskly. I followed her into the kitchen. "Ellie, we saw the press conference. You must tell me, can the Westerfields do this? After 22 years, can they try to make my son a killer?" "They can try, but they won't succeed." Mrs. Strobel's shoulders slumped. "Ellie, Polly has come such a long way." It was obviously hard for her to continue. "You can't know what it was like for him after Andrea died, and the Westerfields tried to blame him. When you are a little different, a little slower, it is very easy to become depressed. Polly will never have it easy, but he will be okay unless people actively start to point at him again and wonder if he's the one that should have been in prison for 22 years, I said, interrupting. She nodded. "Yes, that's what I mean." We heard the front door close. Polly came to the kitchen. "It's not fair of that man to say I hurt Andrea," he said, then abruptly went back into the store. Mrs. Strobel spoke flatly. "It is beginning to consume him again." The day after I saw the Strobels, I tried to reach Marcus Longo, the detective who had investigated Andrea's murder. The answering machine picked up, and I left a message explaining who I was and gave my cell phone number. For a few days, I heard nothing. I'd just about given up on him when, on October 30th, my cell phone rang. When I answered, a quiet voice asked, "Ellie, is your hair still the color of sand with sunbeams running through it?" "Hello, Mr. Longo." "I just got back from Colorado, which is why you haven't heard from me," he said. "Our first grandchild arrived Tuesday. My wife is still out there. Can you have dinner with me tonight?" "I'd love to." I told him I was staying in Mrs. Hilmer's guest apartment. "I know where Mrs. Hilmer lives." There was the slightest pause as we both thought that, of course he did. It's just down the road from our old house.
I'll pick you up at 7, Ellie.
There are some people in this world with whom we feel immediately comfortable. That was the way it was with Marcus Longo as soon as I slid into the passenger seat. Longo had made a reservation at Catherine's, an intimate Tuscan-style grill in a courtyard off Main Street. There, at a corner table, we took each other's measure.
I don't know why I thought you'd be about 5'3", he said. You were small for your age when you were young.
I grew quite a bit in high school.
You look like your father, you know.
I didn't answer, and Longo raised his eyebrows.
Obviously, that's a compliment. Anyhow, as my mother used to say, you grew up nice.
Abruptly, he changed the subject.
Why are you here, Ellie?
I came because I had to protest against Rob Westerfield getting out on parole.
Even though you must have known you were wasting your frequent flyer miles, he said quietly.
I knew it was useless.
Do you feel it necessary to be a voice crying out in the wilderness?
My message is not to prepare the way for the Lord. Mine is, beware, you're uncaging a killer.
It's still a voice in the wilderness. The doors will open tomorrow morning for Rob Westerfield, and he will walk out of prison. Listen to me carefully now, Ellie. There isn't the faintest doubt that he'll get a new trial. Nibble's testimony will probably be enough to cause reasonable doubt in the jurors' minds, and Westerfield will be acquitted. His record will be expunged, and the Westerfields will live happily ever after.
That can't happen.
Ellie, you've got to understand something. The Westerfields need to make it happen.
What does that mean?
It means that at age 92, old Mrs. Westerfield is still as sharp as a tack and in control of the family fortune. Now that she obviously is running out of time, she's put it to the father. If Rob is innocent, see that he's vindicated and the stain removed from the family name. Otherwise, her money, the Westerfield fortune, will go to charity.
So the father has to prove Rob's innocence, and suddenly there's an eyewitness who saw Paulie Strobel go into the hideout. Is old Mrs. Westerfield buying that story?
Ellie, what she wants is a new jury to review the case and render the verdict she wants.
And Vincent Westerfield is going to make sure what that verdict is. The menus came. I decided on one of the specials, rack of lamb. Marcus ordered salmon. Over our salads, I told him my plans. When I saw that interview on television with Will Nebels, I originally decided to try to get some investigative articles published. What I've gotten so far is a contract to write a book to refute the one Jake Byrne is writing.
They not only have Byrne writing a book, but they have a publicity machine geared up and ready to blitz the media. What you saw on television was only the beginning, Longo warned.
I remember my father saying Rob Westerfield was rotten through and through. What was the story about the break-in at his grandmother's home? Marcus had a cop's memory for crimes.
The grandmother was staying at her house in Oldham. In the middle of the night, she heard some kind of noise and woke up. There was a live-in maid, but she was in a separate wing. When Mrs. Westerfield opened the bedroom door, she was shot at point-blank range. She never saw her assailant, but he was arrested a couple of days later. He claimed Rob had put him up to it, said he promised him $10,000 if he finished her off. Needless to say, there was no proof. It was the word of a 21-year-old high school dropout with a long juvenile record against a Westerfield.
What would Rob's motive have been?
Money. His grandmother was leaving $100,000 directly to him. She didn't know that Rob had a drug problem.
She believed he wasn't involved in the shooting?
Yes. Nevertheless, she changed her will. That bequest disappeared.
So she may have had her doubts about him even then. Longo nodded. I've opened a website, I said. Longo's eyebrows raised. It's the fastest way to spread information. Every day starting with tomorrow and every single day after that, I'm going to write about Andrea's murder and Rob Westerfield's guilt on my website. It's a long shot, but I'm going to see if I can trace the locket he gave Andrea.
How well do you remember it?
Now it's blurry, of course, but at the trial I described it specifically. I have the trial transcript, so I know exactly what I said then, that it was gold, heart-shaped, and had 3 blue stones in the center, and that the letters R and A were engraved on the back. She was wearing it that night. I'm certain of it. Why wasn't it on her when the police came?
A reasonable explanation is that he took it after he killed her.
His defense was predicated on his claim that she was just a kid with a crush on him and that he had absolutely no interest in her. "Let's leave it at that for now," I said. "I want to talk about something else. Tell me about your brand new grandchild." I was home just in time to catch the 10 o'clock news. The big story was that Rob Westerfield was being released from prison in the morning, and that there would be an interview with the press from the family home in Oldham at noon. I wouldn't miss it for the world, I thought. Sleep did not come easily that night. I would doze and then wake up, knowing that each tick of the clock was bringing Rob Westerfield closer to the moment when he would be released from prison. At noon, I was in front of the set for the unveiling of Rob Westerfield to the world. The interview took place in the library of the family home in Oldham. The sofa on which he sat was placed in front of a wall of leather-bound books, inferring, I assume, his scholarly mind. Rob was wearing a tan cashmere jacket, an open-necked sports shirt, dark trousers, and loafers. He was always handsome, but had become much more so in his maturity. His hands were clasped in front of him, and he was leaning slightly forward in a relaxed but attentive pose. "Good setting," I said aloud. "The only thing missing is a dog at his feet." His interviewer was Corinne Summers, host of The Real Story, the popular syndicated Friday night program. She did a brief intro. "Rob Westerfield was just released after 22 years in prison. He has always protested his innocence and will now fight to have his name cleared." Get on with it, I thought. "Rob Westerfield, it's an obvious question, but how does it feel to be a free man?" His smile was warm. "Unbelievable. Wonderful. I'm too big to cry, but that's what I feel like doing. I just go around the house, and it's so wonderful to be able to do normal things, like going into the kitchen and getting a second cup of coffee." "Then you'll be staying here for a while?" "Absolutely. My father has furnished a wonderful apartment for me near this house, and I want to work with our lawyers to get a speedy retrial." Now he looked earnestly into the camera. "I have always maintained my innocence, and now, thanks to Will Nebel's coming forward, I may at last have a chance to prove it." The rest of the interview might have been with a newly returned hostage. "Besides clearing your name, what are you looking forward to doing?" "Going to New York, getting a job." Now a warm smile from him. "Meeting a special someone, getting married, having kids." Getting married, having kids. All the things Andrea would never do. "What are you having for dinner tonight?" "I asked for a pretty basic dinner, prime rib, baked potato, a salad." How about apple pie, I wondered. "And apple pie," he concluded. Summers smiled. "And champagne, I imagine." "Definitely." "It seems as though you have pretty definite plans for the future, Rob Westerfield. We wish you luck and hope that in a second trial you can prove your innocence." This is a journalist? I snapped the remote button and went to the table in the dining area where I had my laptop ready and waiting. I got online to my website and began to write. Robson Westerfield, the convicted murderer of 15-year-old Andrea Kavanaugh, has just been released from prison and is looking forward to roast beef and apple pie. The sanctification of this killer has just begun, and it will be made at the expense of his young victim and of Polly Strobel, a quiet, hard-working man who has had to overcome many difficulties. He shouldn't have to overcome this one. Not bad for a beginning, I thought. Every day, Sing Sing Correctional Facility discharges prisoners who have completed serving their sentences or have been paroled. When they leave, they are given jeans, work boots, a jacket, and $40, and unless they are picked up by a family member or friend, they are driven to the bus station or issued a train ticket. I reasoned that anyone getting out of Sing Sing at this time would almost certainly have known about Rob Westerfield. That was why early the next morning I dressed warmly, parked at the train station 4 blocks away, and walked toward the prison. I had made a cardboard sign. I stood beside the gate and held it. It read, "Investigative journalist seeking information about just-released prisoner Robson Westerfield. Substantial payment." Then it occurred to me that someone driving out of the prison in a car or taxi, or someone who did not want to be seen talking to me, might come forward if he could reach me by phone. At the last minute, I added the number of my cell phone, 917-555-1261, in large, easy-to-read numbers. It was a cold, windy morning, the 1st of November, All Saints' Day. I stood for 2 hours holding the sign. Most people passing in or out of the gates stared at it, curiosity in their eyes. I did notice, however, that some people, including those who looked like employees, studied the sign as though memorizing my phone number. At 10 o'clock, chilled to the bone, I gave up and walked back to the parking lot at the train station. I was just at the driver's door of my car when a man came up to me. He appeared to be about 30, raw-boned, with mean eyes and narrow lips. "Why are you picking on Westerfield?" he asked. "What's he ever done to you?" He was wearing jeans, a jacket, and work boots. Had he just been released and followed me, I wondered? "Are you a friend of his?" I asked. "What do you care?" My back was against the side of the car, and this guy was crowding me. "I want to get in my car, and you're in my way," I said. I turned and shouldered the guy away from me, pushed the remote to release the lock, and yanked the door open. He did not try to stop me, but before I could close the door again, he said, "Let me give you a little free advice. Burn your sign." When I got back to the Hilmer apartment, I began to peruse the old newspapers Mother had kept. They were a godsend in my research on the life of Rob Westerfield. In several of them, I found a mention of the 2 prep schools he had attended. The first one, Arbinger Preparatory School in Massachusetts, is one of the toniest in the country. Interestingly, he stayed there only a year and a half before switching to Carrington in Maine. I didn't know anything about Carrington and looked it up on the internet. The website of Carrington Academy made it sound like a country estate where learning, sports, and friendship intertwined to create a sort of paradise. But behind the glowing description of all that it had to offer, the nitty-gritty became obvious. It was a school for students who haven't realized their academic or social potential, for students who may have difficulty adjusting to disciplined study. In other words, it was a place for kids with a behavior problem. Before I placed an inquiry on my website looking for information about Rob Westerfield's school days from fellow students or former Carrington employees, I decided to see both places for myself. I phoned the schools and explained that I was a journalist writing a book on Robson Westerfield, who had been a student there. In both cases, I reached the president's office. At Arbinger, I was immediately referred to Craig Parshall in the media relations office. Mr. Parshall told me it was school policy that students, former or present, were never discussed with the press. I took a stab. "Isn't it a fact that you gave an interview to Jake Byrne concerning Robson Westerfield?" There was a long pause, and I knew I was right. "There was an interview granted," Parshall said, his voice stiff and condescending. "There are times when it is appropriate to allow carefully monitored media access." "And of course that publicity enhances the name and reputation of the school," I said. "On the other hand, if every day on a website the fact that a convicted murderer had been rubbing shoulders with some of your distinguished students, other families might think twice about sending their sons and heirs to you. Isn't that right, Mr. Parshall?" I didn't give him a chance to answer. "In fact, it might serve the school much better to be cooperative. Don't you agree?" When, after a long moment of silence, Parshall responded, he clearly was not a happy man. "Miss Kavanaugh, I will grant your request for an interview. I will, however, warn you that the only information released to you will be the dates Robson Westerfield was a student here and the fact that he requested and received a transfer." We agreed that I would be in his office at 11 the next morning. Then I called Carrington Academy, and this time was passed through to Jane Bostrom, Director of Admissions. She acknowledged that Jake Byrne had been granted an interview at the request of the Westerfield family, and added that without the family's permission she could not grant me an interview. "Ms. Bostrom, Carrington is a kind of prep school of last resort," I pointed out firmly. "I want to be fair to its reputation, but the reason for its existence is to accept and try to straighten out problem kids, right?" I liked the fact that she leveled with me. "There are a lot of reasons why kids have problems, Ms. Kavanaugh. It doesn't mean they're not capable academically or socially. It just means that they're overwhelmed and need help. I spoke bluntly. I don't want to do a hatchet job on Carrington. I want to find out what I can about what Rob Westerfield was up to in his teenage years before he murdered my sister. If you gave a lot of information to Jake Byrne and he can extrapolate the good stuff and leave the rest out, I want the same kind of access. Since I'd be at Arbinger tomorrow, which was Friday, I made an appointment with Ms. Bostrom at Carrington for Monday morning. I hadn't run into Mrs. Hilmer in a couple of days, but in the late afternoon she phoned.
Ellie, I had one of my urges to cook today and ended up with a roast chicken in the oven. If you don't have plans, would you like to come over for dinner?
I hadn't bothered to go to the grocery that morning and knew that my at-home choices were an American cheese sandwich or an American cheese sandwich. What time? I asked.
Oh, about 7.
I'll not only be there, I'll be early.
Wonderful.
The cozy apartment consisted of a large living room with a galley kitchen at one end and a medium-sized bedroom. I had set up my computer and printer on the table in the dining area near the kitchen. I'm not a neat worker, and as I was about to put on my coat, I looked around as if with Mrs. Hilmer's eyes. The newspapers I'd been going through were scattered on the floor in an arc around the chair I'd been sitting in. My appointment book lay open on one side of the computer, and my pen was tossed on top of it. Suppose for some reason Mrs. Hilmer walked back with me and saw this mess, I thought. I bent down, scooped up the papers, and straightened them into something of an orderly pile. Then, on further consideration, I dug out the big duffel bag in which I always carried them and dropped them into it. I reasoned that the notebook, my pen, and the laptop and printer weren't too aesthetically offensive. I had started to put the duffel bag in the closet when it dawned on me that if the apartment were to catch on fire, I would lose all this material. I dismissed that notion as improbable, but nonetheless decided to take the bag with me. "Don't think I'm moving in here as well as the apartment," I told Mrs. Hilmer when she opened the door and spotted the duffel bag. "It's just become my constant companion." Over dinner I explained what was in it. Then a thought occurred to me. Mrs. Hilmer had lived in Oldham for nearly 50 years. There were local people mentioned in those newspaper stories whose names meant nothing to me, but they would surely be familiar to her. "I wonder if you'd consider going through these papers with me," I asked her. "There are people quoted whom I'd love to talk to, assuming they're still around."
"I can tell you about one of them off the top of my head," Mrs. Hilmer said. "Joan Lashley. Her parents retired, but she married Leo St. Martin. She lives in Garrison."
Joan Lashley was the girl with whom Andrea had been doing homework that last night. Garrison was near Cold Spring, only a 15-minute drive from here. It was obvious that Mrs. Hilmer was going to be a treasure trove of information about people I might want to see. While we were having coffee, I opened the duffel bag and put some of the newspapers on the table. I saw the look of pain that came over Mrs. Hilmer's face when she picked up the first one. The headline read, "15-year-old, bludgeoned to death." "Mrs. Hilmer, I warn you, it's not easy going through this material." She spoke firmly.
"Leave it with me."
Mrs. Hilmer insisted on lending me a small flashlight for my return to the apartment, and I must say I was glad to have it. The staircase was dark and shadowed, and it creaked under my steps. I suddenly became acutely aware that Andrea was murdered in a garage very similar to this one. By the time I was at the head of the stairs, the key was in my hand, and with a quick turn of the lock I was inside and had bolted the door. I immediately began to turn on every light I could find. At last I was able to draw a sigh of relief and begin to shake off the sense of alarm that had seized me. The table looked strangely neat, with only the laptop and printer, my pen, and appointment book at one end. Then I realized that I had left my pen to the right of the appointment book, next to the computer. It was now on the left side of the book, away from the computer. A chill shot through me. Someone had been here and must have moved it. But why? I turned on the computer and rushed to check the file where I had kept my notes on Rob Westerfield. Just that afternoon, I had jotted in a quick description of the man who stopped me in the parking lot at the railroad station. It was still there, but now a sentence had been added. I had described him as average height, gaunt, with mean eyes and mouth. The new sentence was, "Considered dangerous, so approach with extreme caution." My knees felt weak. I ran into the bedroom and could see that the closet door, which I had left closed, was now slightly ajar. My clothes and shoes inside, however, seemed to be exactly as I'd left them. It was clear that whoever came in was not a common thief. He had been after information, and I realized how blessed I was that I had not left the trial transcript and all the old newspapers there. I had not the slightest doubt that they would have been destroyed. It was only at dawn when I woke for the 4th or 5th time that I realized what I should have picked up on immediately. Whoever had gone through my appointment book knew that I had a meeting that morning at Arbinger and another one at Carrington Academy on Monday. I planned to leave for Arbinger at 7 o'clock. I knew Mrs. Hilmer was an early bird, so at 10 of 7 I called her and asked if I could stop by for a moment. Over a cup of her excellent coffee, I told her about the intruder and that I would take the transcript and newspapers and get copies made of them. "No, you won't," she said. "I have nothing else to do. I'm a volunteer at the library and use the machines there all the time. I'll use the copier in the office. That way no one has to know what's going on." She hesitated for a moment, then said, "Ellie, I want you to move in with me. I don't want you alone in the apartment. Whoever was in last night might come back. And anyhow, I think we should call the police." "No to moving in with you," I said. "If anything, I should leave the apartment." She began to shake her head, and I said, "But I won't. And I've thought about notifying the police and decided it's a bad idea. If I tell a cop that the only disturbance was that someone moved a pen and added a couple of words to a computer file, what do you think he'll believe?" I gulped the last of the coffee. "There is something you can do, though, if you will. Call Joan Lashley and ask her if I can come and see her tomorrow." It was comforting to hear Mrs. Hilmer say, "Drive carefully," and feel her quick kiss on my cheek. On my way around Boston, I got caught in some of the commuter traffic, so it was almost 11 o'clock when I drove through the carefully guarded gates of Arbinger Preparatory School. It was even more impressive in real life than the photographs on its website suggested. I was admitted to the main building and directed to Craig Parshall's office. Craig Parshall was less impressive in appearance than his cultured voice suggested. He was a man in his late 50s who still wore his school ring. His thinning hair was too perfectly combed in a vain attempt to conceal the empty space on the dome of his head, and he could not conceal the fact that he was downright nervous. "As I told you on the phone, Miss Kavanaugh, I will give you the dates that Robson Westerfield attended." "I'm aware of the dates he was a student here. That came out at his trial for the murder of my sister." Parshall winced. "Mr. Parshall, the Westerfield family has a goal in life, and that is to whitewash Robson Westerfield's reputation, have a new trial, and get him acquitted. My goal is to see that that does not happen." "You must understand," Parshall began. "I understand that you can't be quoted on the record. But you can open some doors for me. By that I mean I want the list of students who were in class with Rob Westerfield. I want to know if any of them was known to be a particular friend of his. Or better yet, if there was someone who simply couldn't stand him. Who was his roommate? And off the record, and I do mean off the record, why was he kicked out?" We looked at each other in silence for a long minute, and neither one of us blinked. "Off the record?" "Absolutely." "No naming of the school or of me?" "Absolutely." He sighed, and I almost felt sorry for him. "The only reason Robson Westerfield was accepted here is that his father offered to rebuild the science building. And without a hint of publicity, I might add. Rob was presented to us as a troubled student who was never at home among his grade school peers. Like so many of his ilk, he is blessed with looks and intelligence. He also is the last of a distinguished family line,
His grandfather and father were students here. We hoped that we would be able to bring out whatever good qualities there were in him."
"Why did Rob Westerfield leave in the middle of his sophomore year?"
"There was a serious incident stemming from his losing a starting spot on the football team. He attacked another student. The family was persuaded not to sue, and the Westerfields paid all the bills, maybe more. To that I can't swear."
It dawned on me that Craig Parshall was being unusually frank. I told him so.
"I do not like to be threatened, Miss Kavanaugh."
"Threatened?"
"This morning, shortly before you arrived, I received a telephone call from a Mr. Hamilton, an attorney who represents the Westerfield family. I was warned that I should give you no negative information about Robson Westerfield."
They worked pretty fast, I thought. "May I ask what kind of information you gave Jake Byrne about Westerfield?"
"His sports activities, such as they were. Robson was a powerful young man. Even as a 13-year-old, he was nearly 6 feet tall. He played on the squash team, the tennis team, and the football team. He was also in the theater group. I told Byrne that he was a genuinely talented actor. That was the kind of information Byrne was seeking. He managed to elicit some quotes from me that will sound very favorable in print."
"How will his leaving Arbinger be explained?"
"He took the second semester of his sophomore year abroad, then decided to switch."
"I realize we're going back nearly 30 years, but could you give me a list of his former classmates?"
"You didn't get it from me, of course."
"That's understood." When I left Arbinger an hour later, I had a list of the freshmen and sophomores who had been classmates of Rob Westerfield. Comparing them with the active alumni list, Parshall identified 10 who were in the Massachusetts to Manhattan area. One of them was Christopher Cassidy, the football player Rob Westerfield had severely beaten. He now had his own investment firm and lived in Boston.
"Chris was a scholarship student," Parshall explained, "and because he is grateful for having had the opportunity to attend this school, he is one of our most generous donors. In his case, I don't mind making a phone call. Chris has always been blunt about his feelings about Westerfield, but again, if I hook you up with him, it has to be confidential."
"Absolutely." It was nearly noon when I left Arbinger, and I realized that I was getting hungry. About 3 blocks from the school, I passed a restaurant called The Library. The quaint hand-painted sign caught my eye. I decided to give it a try and pulled into a parking space nearby. Because it was before noon, I was the first lunch customer. The hostess, a cheery, bustling lady in her late 40s, was happy to fill me in on the history of the establishment. "It's been in our family for 50 years, she assured me. "My mother, Antoinette Duval, opened it." I ordered the onion soup. The hostess came over to check my reaction, and my reassurance that the soup was heavenly caused her to beam with delight. She stood at the table and asked me if I were staying locally or just passing through. I decided to be totally honest. "I'm a journalist, and I'm doing a story on Rob Westerfield, who was just released from Sing Sing. Do you know who he is?" Her expression changed instantly from friendly to stern and tight-lipped. She turned abruptly and walked away from me. A moment later she was back, this time with a plump white-haired woman in tow. The older woman was wearing a chef's apron and drying her hands on a corner of it as she came to the table. "Mom," the hostess said, "this lady is doing a story on Rob Westerfield. Maybe you'd like to tell her something." "Rob Westerfield." Mrs. Duval practically spat out the name. "He's a bad one. Why did they let him out of prison?" She didn't need encouragement to tell her story. "He came in here with his mother and father during one of the parents' weekends. How old was he? 15, maybe? He was arguing with his father. Whatever happened, he jumped up to leave. The waitress was walking behind him, and he knocked into the tray. The food went all over him. I tell you, miss, I never saw anything like it. He grabbed that girl's arm and twisted it until she screamed. He's an animal." "Did you call the police?" "I was about to, but the father opened his wallet and handed the waitress $500. She was just a kid. She wanted to take it. She said she wouldn't press charges." When I left the library half an hour later, I was on my way to visit Margaret Fisher, the young waitress whose arm Rob had twisted. She was now a psychologist living 2 towns away, and yes, she would be very happy to talk to me. She remembered Rob Westerfield very well indeed. I was saving money for college, Dr. Fisher told me. The $500 his father gave me seemed like a fortune at the time. Looking back, I'm sorry I didn't sign a complaint against him. The guy is violent, and if I know anything about the human mind, I suspect that 22 years in prison didn't change him a bit. She was an attractive woman in her early 40s, with prematurely gray hair and a young face. I told her what I was doing with the website and how I had gone to stand outside Sing Sing with a sign requesting information about Rob's conduct in prison. With his history, I seriously doubt there weren't other situations that were hushed up or never reported. You tell me that his grandmother is very alert. Suppose she learns about your website. If she reads enough negative facts about him, what's to keep her from deciding to change her will even before Westerfield has a second trial? Wouldn't that be absolutely wonderful, I said. I'd love to think that I was responsible for having the family money go to charity. I would be very careful if I were you, Dr. Fisher said quietly. It was late afternoon when I pulled into the driveway and parked in front of the apartment. Her house was dark, so I wasn't sure if Mrs. Hilmer was home. I reasoned that her car might be in the garage and that she might not have turned any lights on yet, so I phoned her when I got into the apartment. She answered on the first ring, and I could tell that her voice was troubled. "Ellie, this may sound crazy, but I think someone followed me today when I went to the library." "Why do you think that?" "You know how quiet this street is, but I was hardly out of the driveway when I could see a car in the rearview mirror. It stayed a distance behind me, but it didn't turn off until after I had turned into the parking area next to the library. Then I think the same car followed me home. Ellie, do you think that whoever was in the apartment last night is hanging around here?" "I don't know." "I'm going to call the police, and that means I'll have to tell them about last night." "Yes, of course." A squad car pulled up at the house 10 minutes later, and after debating for a few minutes, I decided to walk over to talk to the police. The officer, who looked to be a long-time veteran of the force, obviously did not think much of Mrs. Hilmer's suspicions. "Whoever was in that car didn't try to stop you or contact you in any way?" he was asking her when I arrived. "No." She introduced us. "Ellie, I've known Officer White for many years." He was a craggy-faced man who looked as though he'd spent a lot of time outdoors. "And what's this about an intruder, Miss Cavanaugh?" His skepticism was apparent when I told him about the pen and the entry in the file. "The only evidence you have of someone having been in the apartment is that you think your pen had been moved and there are a couple of words in a file in the computer that you don't remember writing?" "That I didn't write," I corrected him. He was polite enough not to contradict me directly, but then he said, "Mrs. Hilmer, we'll keep an eye on the house for the next few days, but my guess is that you were a little nervous after hearing Ms. Cavanaugh's story this morning, and that's why you picked up on that car. Chances are it was nothing." My story, I thought. Thanks for nothing. He lingered for a moment, obviously trying to make up his mind about something, and then he said, "We heard about you being at Sing Sing yesterday, Miss Cavanaugh." I waited. "Miss Cavanaugh, I was here when your sister was murdered, and I do understand the pain your family experienced. But if Rob Westerfield did commit the crime, he has served his sentence, and I have to tell you there are plenty of people in this town who had no use for him as a wild kid, but who think he got a bum rap." "Is that your opinion, officer?" "Frankly, it is. You're in way over your head, carrying signs around Sing Sing. The guys getting out of there are hardened criminals. What do you think goes through their heads when they see a woman like you just begging for trouble?" I looked at him closely. There was sincere concern on his face, and he certainly had a point. "Officer White, if I'm in any danger, I'll take my chances with the people who saw that sign, unless, of course, they're in any way connected to Rob Westerfield and his family." Mrs. Hilmer must have been watching for Officer White to leave, My cell phone rang just as the taillights of his squad car disappeared onto the road.
"Ellie," she said, "I made a copy of the newspapers and the trial transcript. Do you need the originals this evening for any reason? I'm meeting some friends for a movie and dinner and won't be back until 10 o'clock.
I hated the thought that I was afraid to have both the originals and the copies under one roof, but I was. "I'll be right over," I said.
"No, I'll call you when I'm leaving. I'll drive past the apartment, and you can run down and get the duffel bag."
She came a few minutes later. It was only 4:30, but already the sky was dark. Even so, I could see the tension in her face when she opened the window to speak to me. "Did anything else happen?" I asked.
"Just a minute ago, I got a phone call."
"Tell me about it."
"I know it's crazy, but somebody said I should be careful keeping a psycho around me. He said that you'd been institutionalized for setting fire in a classroom."
"That's absolutely untrue. My God, I've never spent a day in a hospital since I was born, never mind an institution." I knew from the relief on her face that Mrs. Hilmer believed me, but that meant, of course, that she had not instantly disbelieved the caller.
"But Ellie, why would anyone say such a terrible thing about you?" she protested.
"Someone's trying to discredit me, of course." I opened the back door of the car and retrieved the duffel bag. I tried to choose my words carefully. "Mrs. Hilmer, I think it's better if I move back to the inn tomorrow morning." She was not dishonest enough to contradict me. There was relief in her voice when she said,
"I think you would be safer, Ellie."
She paused, then added in all honesty,
"I guess I would feel safer, too."
After that, she was gone. I walked back up to the apartment, the duffel bag in my hand, feeling almost bereft. I dropped the bag and went into the living room. I poured myself a glass of wine and settled in the big club chair. As I sipped the wine, I thought of how often when Pete and I went out after work we'd linger over a glass of wine before ordering dinner. I hadn't heard from him in the 10 days since we'd had dinner in Atlanta. Out of sight, out of mind, I decided. Realizing that I was in acute danger of feeling sorry for myself, I had begun to work on what would become the opening chapter of the book. After some false starts, I knew that I should begin with my final memory of Andrea, and as I wrote, my memory seemed to sharpen. I could see her room with the white organdy bedspread and frilly curtains. I could see Andrea in tears as she talked on the phone to Rob Westerfield, and then I saw her putting on the locket. As I wrote, I realized that there was something about the locket that still eluded me. But I knew she had been wearing it when I found her, and I was certain I had heard Rob Westerfield in the garage hideout. Once again, I was struck by the terrible risk he had taken in coming back to the garage. Why did he retrieve the locket? Was he afraid that it would be enough to confirm that Andrea was not just a kid with an annoying crush on him? At 7 o'clock, the phone rang. It was Pete Lawler. "Hi, Ellie." There was something in his voice that immediately warned me to brace myself. "What's the matter, Pete?" "You don't waste time on chit-chat, do you?" "We never do. That's our agreement." "I guess it is. Ellie, the paper is being sold. It's definite now. The announcement will be made on Monday. The staff will be cut to the bone. I asked about you, but off the record they told me they don't plan to keep up the investigative reporter series." I'd been expecting that bit of news, but I realized how suddenly rootless it made me feel. "Have you decided where you're going, Pete?" "I'm not sure yet, but I may be seeing some people in New York before I decide. Maybe when that happens, I'll rent a car and drive up to see you, or you can meet me in the city." "I'd like that." "Ellie, I've been watching your website. There isn't much on it yet, but I am digging up a lot of nasty stuff on Westerfield. If Jake Byrne tries to portray him as an all-American kid, his book will have to be published as fiction." "Ellie, it's not in my nature to—" I cut him off. "Oh, come on, Pete. You're not going to warn me to be careful, are you?" "Let's change the subject. Have you lost any of those 10 pounds yet?" "I did better than that. I decided I look good just the way I am." "Okay, I'll call you when I know I'm coming in. Or you can always call me, you know. Long-distance rates are pretty cheap at night." He disconnected before I could even say goodbye. I pressed the end button on my cell phone and laid it down next to the computer. The ramifications of losing my job began to sink in. The advance on signing the contract to write my book would keep me going for a while, but what would I do when that was finished? The phone rang again.
"You the lady who was standing outside the prison with the sign yesterday?"
A husky male voice asked. Yes, I am. Mentally, I was crossing my fingers. The caller ID registered unavailable.
"I might have something to tell you about Westerfield. How much you gonna pay?"
I guess it depends on the information.
"You pay first, then you hear."
How much?
$5,000.
I haven't got that much money.
Then forget it. But what I can tell you would put Westerfield back in Sing Sing for the rest of his life.
Was he bluffing? I wasn't sure, but I couldn't take a chance on losing the caller. I thought of my advance. I have some money coming in the next week or two. Just give me some hint of what you know.
How's this? When he was whacked out on cocaine last year, Westerfield told me he killed a guy when he was 18. Is the name of that guy worth $5,000? Think about it. I'll call back next week.
I heard a click in my ear. Suddenly, it was a whole new ballgame. If the guy who had just called me was on the level and could give the name of a murder victim I could verify, it would be easy enough to find out the facts of the case. Of course, it might be that this was a hoax, just a way for a crook to make a fast $5,000. I had to decide if that was a risk I was willing to take. There was a glass of water at the side of the computer. I picked it up and lifted it in a kind of salute, a toast to Andrea and to the prospect of sending Westerfield back to prison. I tidied up the kitchen and turned on the TV to watch the local news. The sports editor was showing clips of a basketball game. The winning basket had been made by Teddy Kavanaugh, and as I stared, I saw the face of the half-brother I'd never met. Then, before I could change the station, in a final touch of irony, the cheerleaders began to chant his name. Mrs. Hilmer had told me that Joan Lashley St. Martin lived on the road not far beyond Graymore, the monastery and retreat house of the Franciscan Friars of the Atonement. When I passed the lovely Graymore property, I had a vague memory of driving up the winding driveway to attend Mass in the main chapel with my parents and Andrea. Mother had sometimes reminisced about the last time we were there. It had been shortly before Andrea died. Andrea had been feeling silly that day and kept whispering jokes in my ear. During the sermon, I even laughed out loud. My mother had firmly separated us, and after Mass told my father that we should go straight home and forget about having the brunch we'd been looking forward to at the Bear Mountain Inn. Even Andrea couldn't charm your father that day, Mother recalled. Of course, when everything happened a few weeks later, I was sorry we didn't have that last happy time together having brunch. The day before. The last happy time. I wondered if I'd ever be free of that kind of remark. It certainly won't be today, I thought, as I slowed down to check Joan's address again. She lived in a 3-story frame house in a lovely wooded area. The white clapboard shingles glistened in the sunshine and were complemented by the hunter green shutters framing the windows. I parked in the semicircular driveway, went up the porch steps, and rang the bell. Joan answered the door. She had always seemed tall to me, but I realized instantly that she hadn't grown an inch in these 22 years. Her long brown hair was now collar length, and her thin frame had filled out. I remembered her as being very attractive. I would say the definition still fit, at least until she smiled. She is one of those people whose smile is so vivid and warm that it makes the whole face seem beautiful. As we looked at each other, Joan's green eyes became moist for a moment. Then she grasped my hands. "Little Ellie," she said. "Dear God, I thought you'd be shorter than I am. You were such a tiny kid." She put her arm through mine. "Come in. I have a pot of coffee going." We walked through the living room that ran from the front to the back of the house. "Leo is out with the boys," she said. "Between the 3 of them, life is one long basketball game." She may not look as I visualized her, I thought, but one thing hadn't changed. Joan was always fun to be with. She was Andrea's best friend, and therefore was in and out of our house all the time. We began to talk. She wanted to know about me, what I had been doing, and I briefly sketched in the years between age 7 and the present. She had heard of Mother's death. I was sure Joan wanted to ask me if I had been in touch with my father, but she must have sensed that I did not want to talk about him. Ellie, like everybody else around here, I saw the Rob Westerfield interview on television. My cousin is a judge. He says there's so much pressure for that second trial that he's surprised they're not already into jury selection. You have no idea how manipulative the father is, and of course Dorothy Westerfield, the grandmother, has made huge donations to hospitals and libraries and schools around here. She wants the second trial for Rob, and the powers that be want her to have it. You'll be called as a witness, of course, Joan, I said. I know it. I was the last person to see Andrea alive. She hesitated, then added, except for her murderer, of course. We were both silent for a moment. Then I said, Joan, I need to know everything that you remember about that last night. I've read the trial transcript over and over, and it strikes me that your testimony was very brief. She put her elbows on the table and folded her hands together, resting her chin on them. It was brief because neither the prosecutor nor the defense attorney asked me questions that, looking back, I think they should have asked. What kind of questions? About Will Nebels, for one, she said. You remember how he was a handyman and worked for just about everyone in town at some point? He helped build your porch, didn't he? Yes. He fixed our garage door when my mother backed the car into it. As my father used to say, when Will wasn't 3 sheets to the wind, he was a good carpenter. But of course you could never count on him showing up. I kind of remember that. Something you wouldn't remember was that Andrea and I used to talk about the fact that he was a bit too friendly. Too friendly? Joan shrugged. Today, knowing what I know, I would say that he was one step away from being a child molester. I mean, we all knew him because he'd been in our houses, but any number of times when we bumped into him in the street, he'd give us each a big hug, although never if an adult was around, of course. I was incredulous. Joan, I'm sure even at that age I would have been aware if Andrea had complained about him to my father. I certainly knew when he ordered Andrea to stay away from Westerfield. Ellie, 22 years ago, we kids simply weren't aware that he was potentially more than a nuisance. Joan, I don't understand why you're telling me this now. Are you saying that you think that this story Will Nebels is telling now is anything but an outright lie that the Westerfields are paying him to tell? Ellie, ever since I heard Will Nebels with Rob Westerfield during that interview, I'm wondering if there's any truth to what he said. Was he really in old Mrs. Westerfield's house that night? Did he actually see Andrea go into the garage? Well after the fact, I wondered if I'd seen someone coming down the road when Andrea left our house that night. But I was so vague about it when I talked to the police and the attorneys then that it was pretty much dismissed as teenage hysteria. What I told them was dismissed as childish imagination. I do know for certain that Will Nebels had lost his driver's license at that time and was always wandering around town. I also know he had a thing for Andrea. Suppose she was hoping to meet Rob Westerfield in the garage hideout and got there early. Suppose Will had followed her there and made a pass at her. Suppose there was a struggle and she fell backward. That was a cement floor. There was an injury on the back of her head that they blamed on the fact that she'd fallen after she was hit with a tire jack. But isn't it possible she fell before she was hit with the tire jack? The blow on the back of her head would have only stunned her, I said. I know that from the records. Let's assume for one single minute that lowlife that he is, Rob Westerfield's story is true. He parked his car at the service station, went into the movie, and after it was over, drove to the hideout just in case Andrea was waiting for him. And found her dead? Yes, and panicked, just as he claimed. She saw the protest forming on my lips and held up her hand. Try this scenario. Will Nebels followed Andrea to the garage and made a pass at her. There was a scuffle. She fell and was knocked unconscious. He let himself into the house while trying to decide what to do. He had done some work and knew the alarm code. And then saw Paulie drive up, get out the tire jack, and take it into the garage. Why would Paulie have taken the tire jack out of the car? Maybe for protection, in case he ran into Westerfield.
remember that Miss Watkins, the guidance counselor, swore Polly had said, "I didn't think she was dead." A minute later, Polly is back in the car and speeding away. Nebels isn't sure if Polly is going to get the police. He goes into the garage again. He sees the tire jack that Polly has dropped. Will Nebels knows he's facing prison if Andrea can tell them what happened. He kills her, takes the tire jack with him, and gets out of there. After the movie, Rob drives to the hideout and finds Andrea dead and panics. "Joan, don't you realize you've omitted something basic?" I hoped I didn't sound as impatient as I felt with her theory. "How did the tire jack get back in the trunk of Rob Westerfield's car?" "Ellie, Andrea was murdered on Thursday night. You discovered her body on Friday morning. Rob Westerfield wasn't questioned until Saturday afternoon. It isn't in the trial transcript, but on Friday, Will Nebels was working at the Westerfields, doing odd jobs. Rob's car was in the driveway. He always left the keys in it. Will could have easily replaced the tire jack that day." "Where did you learn all this, Joan?" "My cousin Andrew, the judge, used to be in the district attorney's office. He was there when Rob Westerfield was on trial and was very familiar with the case." As a hypothetical situation, it fits, but Joan, Rob Westerfield was in the garage that morning. I heard him breathing, and I heard... It's so hard to explain. A giggle is as close as I can get to describing it. It's an odd gasping sound, and I had heard it before, one of the other times I was in his presence. "How often would you have been in his presence, Ellie?" "A couple of times when Andrea and I walked downtown after school or on Saturday." "How much did Andrea tell you about him?" "Not much at all. He knew that we liked to sneak into his grandmother's garage and smoke, and I mean regular cigarettes, not pot. Rob Westerfield told us to consider the place our clubhouse, but to let him know when we planned to go over. Then when we did, he'd ask Andrea to get there early. You do realize that she had been friends with him, if you can call it that, for only a month or so before she died." "Did you ever get the feeling that she had become afraid of him?" "I got the feeling that something was terribly wrong, but she wouldn't tell me what it was. That last night she called and asked if she could come over so we could do homework together." "Did you finish the homework early, or do you think Andrea used you to get out of the house and meet Rob?" "I think she intended to leave early all along, so I guess the answer is yes. I was her excuse." And then I asked the crucial question. "Do you know if Rob ever gave Andrea a locket?" "No, she didn't mention it to me, and if he did give her one, then I never saw it." Andrea had been wearing a heavy V-necked sweater that night. That was why I was so clear about seeing her clasping the locket around her neck. It was on a fairly long chain and rested at the base of the neckline. "Then to the best of your memory, she didn't have any jewelry on when she left your house?" "I didn't say that. As I remember, she was wearing a thin gold chain. It was short, choker length." "But that's it," I thought, suddenly remembering another part of that evening. Her coat was downstairs, and Mother was waiting for her. Before she left the bedroom, Andrea had turned the locket around and let it fall down her back, between her shoulder blades. The effect was one of wearing a choker-length chain. I had carefully read the description of the clothing Andrea had been wearing when her body was found. There had been no mention of that chain. I left Joan's house a few minutes later. I didn't attempt to tell her that she had unwittingly verified my memory of Andrea putting on the locket. Tomorrow I would describe it on the website as I had described it to Marcus Longo 22 years ago. From the clerk's desk at the Parkinson Inn, I could look into the restaurant and see that it was enjoying its usual weekend luncheon crowd. "I'm afraid that all 8 rooms are booked for the weekend, Ms. Kavanaugh," the clerk told me. "It's been that way every weekend this fall, and will be till Christmas." Of course, that said it all. There was no use staying here during the week, then moving out for the weekend. I'd have to find another place. I decided it would be a lot more efficient to go back to the apartment, get out the phone book, and start making calls to see where I could find housing for the next few months. Preferably, I'd find something that wouldn't cost an arm and a leg. It was then 20 of 1, and I didn't particularly feel like having an American cheese, tomato, and lettuce sandwich, which to the best of my recollection was all that I'd find in the apartment. I went into the restaurant and was promptly seated.
Next to me was a table for 6, which had a reservation sign propped against the salt and pepper shakers. I ordered the clam chowder and a bottle of Perrier. While I waited to be served, I nibbled on crusty bread and began to analyze why I was feeling disquieted and even depressed. It wasn't that hard to figure out, I decided. The sobering truth was that even the very people who I would have thought were as convinced as I was of Rob Westerfield's guilt were not taking my side. I was so intent on my own thoughts that I was startled when a hand came across my vision. It was the waitress with the clam chowder. I picked up the spoon, but before I could take the first sip, the party arrived for the reserved table next to me. I looked up, and my throat went dry. Rob Westerfield was standing beside my chair. I laid down the spoon. He extended his hand, and I ignored it. He was a stunningly handsome man, even more so in person than he had been on television. "The hostess pointed you out, Ellie," he said, his voice as warm as though we were acquaintances who happened on each other every so often.
"Did she indeed?"
"She realized who you are and was quite upset. She didn't have another table for 6 and thought I might not want to be seated near you." From the corner of my eye, I could see his companions taking their seats. "Did it occur to her that I might not want to be anywhere near you?" I asked quietly. "Ellie, you are totally mistaken about me. I want to find your sister's murderer and see him punished just as much as you do. Can we get together and talk quietly?" He hesitated, then with a smile added, "Please, Ellie." I realized that the entire dining room had suddenly become quiet. "I'd love to get together with you, Rob," I said. "How about at the garage hideout? That was a favorite place of yours, wasn't it? Or maybe the memory of bludgeoning a 15-year-old girl to death there might be painful even for a consummate liar like you." I threw a $20 bill on the table and pushed back my chair. Half an hour later, I was back in the apartment. By then, the fit of trembling that overcame me in the car had passed, and only my hands, cold and clammy, reflected the shock of seeing Rob Westerfield face to face. I got the phone book out of the cabinet and decided to go through and circle places where I could inquire about a monthly rental. Before I could begin, Mrs. Hilmer called. I started to explain to her that I was looking for a place to stay, but she cut me off. "Ellie, I just got a call from my oldest granddaughter, Janie. Remember I told you that she had her first baby last month?" I could hear the strain in Mrs. Hilmer's voice. "Nothing is wrong with the baby, I hope," I said quickly. "No, the baby's fine, but Janie broke her wrist and could use some help. I'm driving to Long Island this afternoon and will stay a few days. Stay in the apartment until you find something suitable, but for God's sake, be sure to lock the doors." "I will. I promise. Please don't worry about me." "I'm taking the copies of the trial transcript and the newspapers with me. I'll be going over them while I'm in Garden City with Janie. Take down her phone number in case you want to reach me." I jotted it down and a few minutes later heard Mrs. Hilmer's car head down the driveway. I will confess that after the shock of seeing Rob Westerfield, I was very sorry that she had left. I opened the computer, made notes on the meeting with Westerfield, and then realized I was having a hard time concentrating. My solution was to catch an early movie and afterward have dinner somewhere nearby. I looked up the movie listings and noted with irony that the film I wanted to see was showing at the Globe Cinema. That was where Rob Westerfield claimed he had been when Andrea was murdered. The Globe had obviously been enlarged and updated since I was a child. It now had 7 different films being shown. I bought peanut chews, my favorite candy, and went into Cinema 3, which is where the film I'd selected was being shown. However, there was no use trying to pay attention to what was happening on the screen. I was distracted by the fact that 22 years ago Rob Westerfield claimed to be in this theater while Andrea was being murdered, and no one could verify that he'd actually stayed to see the picture. Even with all the publicity the case engendered, not one person ever came forward and said, "He was sitting next to me." As I sat there in that darkened movie house, I visualized him parking in the service station lot next door. He had claimed that he spoke to Polly Strobel, that he told him he was leaving his car. Polly absolutely denied that Rob spoke to him. Then Rob made a point of talking to the ticket seller and to the ticket taker. "Real friendly," they both testified, their voices tinged with surprise. Rob Westerfield was not known for being friendly, especially to the working class. He could easily have established his presence in the theater and then slipped out. I looked around, noticed the several side exits that are only supposed to be used in emergencies, and decided to try something. I got up and made my way to the side exit near the back of the room. The door opened quietly, and I found myself in a sort of alleyway between a bank and the cinema complex. Years ago, the service station, not the bank, had been here. I walked down the alley, mentally replacing the bank with the service station. I could even visualize where Rob claimed he had parked his car and where it supposedly sat until the film was over at 9:30. Somehow my footsteps became his, and I was in his mind. Angry, bad-tempered, thwarted when the girl he thought he had under his thumb phoned to tell him she had a date with someone else. Never mind that someone else was Polly Strobel. Meet Andrea. Show her who's boss. Why did he take the tire jack into the hideout, I asked myself. There were two possible reasons. One was that he was afraid that my father had learned Andrea was planning to meet him. The other reason was that Rob took the tire jack with him because he was planning to kill Andrea. Oh, God, how terrified the poor kid must have been when she saw him coming at her, saw him lift his arm, brandishing that weapon. I turned and literally ran back to the other end of the alley where it joined the street, gulping for air, because for a moment I had literally felt unable to breathe. I steadied myself and walked to my car. At 9:15, feeling somewhat better, I turned the car onto Mrs. Hilmer's property. Her house was in darkness, and the light at the door of the garage made for a feeble welcome. I brought the car to a sudden stop. Something was urging me to turn around, to go to an inn or motel and spend the night there. I simply hadn't realized how insecure I would feel here tonight. I'll leave tomorrow, I thought. One more night here won't be so bad. I turned the headlights on bright and drove slowly down the driveway. I had been carrying the duffel bag with me all day. Now I carefully scanned the area around the garage. There was no one there. I took a deep breath, picked up the duffel bag, got out of the car, and hurried the few steps to the door. Before I could insert the key in the lock, a car roared down the driveway and screeched to a stop. A man jumped out and lunged at me. "I was given to understand that you'd moved, Ms. Kavanaugh," Officer White said, his tone decidedly unfriendly. "What are you doing here?" After a few awkward moments as I explained why I hadn't moved out yet, I insisted that Officer White come up to the apartment and phone Mrs. Hilmer at her granddaughter's house. I had left the number on a sheet of paper next to the computer. He made the call. He turned to me as he hung up. "You'll be leaving tomorrow then, Ms. Kavanaugh?" Officer White asked. "Yes, officer. Don't worry. I'll be leaving tomorrow." With that, he was gone. I bolted the door, walked to the window, and watched him get back into his squad car and drive away. I watched the news just long enough to be sure the world outside Oldham was still more or less functioning. Then, after checking the locks on the living room windows, I went into the bedroom. In my apartment in Atlanta, I could always fall asleep easily, but of course it was different there. I did eventually manage to fall into an uneasy sleep, the kind that makes you wish you could wake up. I was dreaming that there was some place I had to go. I had to find someone before it was too late. It was dark, and my flashlight wouldn't work. Then I was in the woods, and I could smell a campfire. I needed to find a path through the woods. There was one, I was sure of it. I'd been on it before. It was so hot, and I was beginning to cough. It wasn't a dream. I opened my eyes. The room was in total darkness, and I could smell nothing but smoke. I was choking. I shoved back the covers and sat up. I could feel the heat building up around me. I'd burn to death if I didn't get out. Where was I? For a moment, I simply couldn't orient myself. Before I put my feet on the floor, I forced myself to think. I was in Mrs. Hilmer's apartment. The bedroom door was to the left of the bed. It was on a direct line with the headboard. Outside there was a little foyer. The apartment door was just past the foyer on the left. I gasped as my feet touched the hot floorboard. I heard a crackling overhead. The roof was catching fire. I knew I only had seconds before the whole building caved in. I stumbled forward, feeling my way along the foyer wall past the bedroom. The smoke was not quite as dense here. But then a wall of flame burst from the kitchen area of the living room. It illuminated the table, and I saw my computer, printer, and cell phone there. The duffel bag was on the floor next to the table. I didn't want to lose them. Biting my lips from the pain of the blisters forming on my feet, coughing and gasping, I ran to the table, scooped up the computer, printer, and cell phone in one hand and the duffel bag in the other, and fled to the door. Behind me the flames were leaping onto the furniture. Fortunately, it was a straight staircase, and somehow I was able to stumble down it. A man was running down the driveway and rushed to grab me before I fell. "Is anyone else still in there?" he shouted. Shivering and burning at the same time, I shook my head. "My wife called the fire department," he said as he pulled me away from the blazing structure. A car was rushing down the driveway. Only half conscious, I realized it must have been his wife because I heard him say, "Lynn, take her home. She's got to get out of the cold. I'll wait for the fire department." Then to me he said, "Go with my wife. We live just down the road." 5 minutes later, for the first time in over 20 years, I was sitting in the kitchen of my old house, wrapped in a blanket, a cup of tea in front of me. Through the French doors that led to the dining room, I could see Mother's beloved chandelier, still in place. I closed my eyes. "It's okay to cry, you know," Lynn, the lady who now lives in my house, said kindly. "You've had a terrible ordeal." But I managed to blink back the tears. I felt that if I ever started shedding them, I'd never be able to stop. The fire chief came to the Keltons' house and insisted on having an ambulance take me to the hospital. "You must have inhaled a lot of smoke, Ms. Kavanaugh," he said. "You need to be checked out, if only as a precaution." Oldham County Hospital kept me overnight, which was just as well since I had no place else to go. When I was woken by a nurse's aide at 7 o'clock in the morning, there wasn't a part of me that didn't ache. She checked my pulse and blood pressure and departed. I pushed back the blanket, swung my legs onto the floor, and not sure of what would happen, tried to stand up. The soles of my feet were padded with bandages, and putting weight on them was terribly uncomfortable. But other than that, I knew I was in pretty good shape. Was the fire an accident? I knew it wasn't. Although I never looked inside, Mrs. Hilmer had told me that the garage under the apartment had very little in it except gardening tools. Gardening tools don't burst into flames. I was sure that by now Mrs. Hilmer had been notified of the fire by Officer White. I had given him her granddaughter's phone number on Long Island. How do you apologize for something like this? Then I thought about the duffel bag and my computer, printer, and cell phone. I made sure they accompanied me to the hospital room, and I remembered that the nurse said something about putting them away for me. Where were they? There was a locker-style closet in the room. I hobbled over to it, hoping and praying that I'd find them there. I opened the door and was delighted to see them piled neatly on the floor. Grateful, I picked up the computer. I carried it to the chair located by the window. I turned on the computer and held my breath, exhaling only when the beep sounded, the screen lit up, and I knew I hadn't lost any of the material I had stored in it. Now, as my thinking cleared, I began to realize how very lucky I had been to escape, not only alive, but not seriously burned. I knew also that I would have to be much more vigilant about future attempts to take my life. One thing was certain. I had to be in a place where there would be a desk clerk and other employees around. I made a list of the things I had to do immediately. I had no money, no clothes, no credit cards, no driver's license. All these had been lost in the fire. I would have to borrow money until I could get duplicates of my credit cards and driver's license. So who would be the lucky recipient of my pleading call? Pete was the only one in Atlanta who knew about Andrea and about why I was here. However, the thought of having to play the helpless female to his save-the-day hero irritated me. I'd make him the court of last resort. I'm sure I could have called Joan Lashley St. Martin, but her belief that Rob Westerfield was innocent of Andrea's death made me reluctant to go to her for help. Marcus Longo? Of course, I thought. He'll stake me, and I'll pay him back within the week. The doctor arrived, checked my blistered feet, told me I was free to go home any time, and departed. I had a mental image of limping around Oldham in hospital gear, asking for a handout. At precisely that psychologically low moment, Officer White appeared with a sharp-featured man he introduced as Detective Charles Bannister of the Oldham Police Department. A hospital orderly was behind them, carrying folding chairs, so I gathered that this was not going to be a quick, cheery bedside visit. Bannister expressed concern for my well-being and the hope that after the ordeal I was feeling as well as possible. I immediately sensed that beneath the veneer of concern, he had an agenda in mind, and it wasn't a friendly one. I told him that I was quite well and grateful to be alive, a comment he accepted with a nod of his head. I was reminded of a professor I had in a philosophy course in college. After hearing a particularly stupid observation from one of the students, he would give that same kind of nod with a grave expression. What it meant was, "Now I've heard everything." "You were in danger of being burned to death, but according to the neighbor who saw you emerge from the building, you were carrying a computer, a printer, a cell phone, and a large, heavy duffel bag. Most people in an inferno don't stop to pack, Ms. Kavanaugh." I explained. Just as I reached the door to the stairs, the wall at one end of the living room became a sheet of flames. It illuminated the table where I had left those things. They were very important to me, so I took that extra second to grab them. "Why were they so important, Ms. Kavanaugh?" "Let me tell you why, Detective Bannister." The computer was still on my lap, and I pointed to it. "The first chapter of the book I am writing about Rob Westerfield is in this computer. Pages and pages of notes that I have honed from the trial transcript of the State versus Robson Westerfield are also in it. I do not have a backup. I do not have copies in another place." His face remained impassive. "I posted my cell phone number on the sign I was carrying when I was outside Sing Sing prison. I'm sure you've heard about my appearance there from him." I jerked my head at White. "I've already received one very interesting phone call from someone who knew Westerfield in prison. That phone is my only chance to stay in contact with him until I can get to a store, buy a new cell phone, and get the number transferred. As for the heavy duffel bag, it's in the closet. Would you care to see the contents?" "Yes, I would." I tried not to limp as I rushed across the room. I yanked open the closet door, picked up the duffel bag, brought it back, dropped it in front of my chair, sat down and unzipped it. I could sense rather than see the startled reaction of the two men as they read the headline, "Guilty." "I would prefer not to be showing these to you." I yanked newspaper after newspaper from the bag. "My mother kept these all her life." I made no attempt to hide my anger. "They are the news accounts, starting with the discovery of my sister's body and including the moment when Rob Westerfield was sentenced to prison. They don't make pleasant reading, but they do make interesting reading, and I don't want to lose them." The last of the newspapers was on the floor. I had to use both hands to pull out the trial transcript. I held up the cover page for them to see. "Also interesting reading, Detective Bannister," I said. "I'm sure it is," he agreed, his face impassive. "Anything else in there, Ms. Kavanaugh?" "If you're hoping to find a can of gasoline and a box of matches, you're out of luck." He stood up, and White jumped to his feet. "You'll be hearing from us, Ms. Kavanaugh. Are you returning to Atlanta, or will you be staying in the area?" "I'll be staying in the area, and I will be glad to inform you of my address. Perhaps the police department will keep a better eye on those premises than they did on Mrs. Hilmer's property. Do you think that might be possible?" Officer White's cheekbones became stained with purple. I knew he was furious, and I knew I was being reckless, but at that point I didn't care. Bannister didn't bother to answer, but turned abruptly and left with White at his heels. 30 minutes later, I had another visitor. More surprising this time. My father. The door was partially open. He tapped on it, then walked in without waiting for a response. We stared at each other, and my throat went dry. His dark hair was now silvery white. He was a little thinner, but held himself as erectly as ever. He was still a good-looking man and hadn't lost that aura of inner strength. "Hello, Ellie," he said. "Hello, Dad." "How are you, Ellie?" I'd forgotten the deep resonance in his voice. It was the sound of quiet authority that Andrea and I had respected as children. We had felt protected by it, and I, at least, was in awe of it. "I'm very well, thank you." "I came here as soon as I heard about the fire at Mrs. Hilmer's and learned that you'd been in that apartment." "You needn't have bothered." He'd been standing just inside the door. Now he pushed it shut and came over to me. He knelt down and tried to take my hands. "Ellie, for God's sake, you're my daughter. How do you think I felt when I heard you barely got out alive?" I pulled my hands away. "Oh, that story will change. The cops think I set the fire." He was shocked. "That's ridiculous." He was so close that I caught the faint scent of his shaving cream. Was I wrong, or was it the same scent I remembered? "I know you mean to be kind," I said, "but I really wish you would leave me alone. I don't need anything from you, and I don't want anything from you." "Ellie, I've seen that website. Westerfield is dangerous. I'm desperately worried about you." Well, at least I had one thing in common with my father. We both knew Rob Westerfield was a killer. "I can take care of myself. I've been doing it for a long time." He stood up. "That's not my fault, Ellie. You refused to visit me." "I guess I did. So that means your conscience is clear. Don't let me keep you." "I came to invite you, to implore you to stay with us. That way I can protect you. If you remember, I was a state trooper for 35 years. "I remember. You looked great in uniform. Oh, I did write and thank you for interring Mother's ashes in Andrea's grave, didn't I?" "Yes, you did." "Her death certificate gave the cause of death as cirrhosis of the liver, but I think a more accurate diagnosis would be broken heart. And my sister's death wasn't the only reason for that broken heart." "Ellie, your mother left me." "My mother adored you. You could have waited her out. You could have followed her to Florida and brought her home, brought us home. You didn't want to." My father reached into his pocket and took out his wallet. I hoped he wouldn't dare to offer me money, but that didn't happen. He pulled out a card and laid it on the bed. "You can reach me any time, day or night, Ellie." Then he was gone, but the faint scent of his shaving cream seemed to linger after him. I tried to reach Marcus Longo twice in the next hour. Then I remembered that he had said something about his wife not liking to fly alone. I realized that there was a very good chance he had flown to Denver to escort her home, and while there he'd have another adoring visit with his first grandchild. The nurse popped her head in and reminded me that checkout time was noon. By 11:30, I was ready to ask if there was a social services office in the hospital, but then Joan called. "Ellie, I just heard what happened. For heaven's sake, how are you? What can I do?" Any pride that I had about refusing help because she didn't believe Rob Westerfield was a murdering animal evaporated. I needed her, and I knew darn well that she was as sincere in her conviction about his innocence as I was in mine about his guilt. "Actually, you can do a lot," I said. Relief at hearing a friendly voice made my own voice tremble. "You can dig up some clothes for me. You can come and get me. You can help me find a place to stay. You can lend me some money." "You'll stay with us," she began. "Negative, no. That's neither a good nor a safe idea for either one of us. You don't need your house to burst into flames because I'm around." "Ellie, you don't believe that someone set that fire with the intent of killing you?" "Yes, I do." She considered that news for a moment, and I'm sure thought of her 3 children. "Then where can you stay that you'll be safe, Ellie?" "An inn is my preference. I don't like the idea of a motel with separate doors to the outside." I thought of something. Forget the Parkinson Inn, it's booked. And it's a Westerfield hangout, I reminded myself. "I have a place in mind that I think will work," Joan said. "I also have a friend who's about your height and weight. I'll call her to borrow some clothes. What's your shoe size? 9, but I don't think I can take the bandages off my feet yet. Leo is a size 10. If you don't mind wearing a pair of his sneakers, they might do for now. I didn't mind. Joan arrived within the hour with a suitcase containing underwear, pajamas, stockings, slacks, a turtleneck sweater, a warm jacket, gloves, the sneakers, and some toiletries. I dressed, and the nurse brought in a cane I could use in walking until my blistered feet began to heal. On the way out, the billing clerk reluctantly agreed to wait for payment until I could have a copy of my medical insurance card faxed to her. Finally, we were in Joan's SUV. My hair was smoothed back and caught at the neckline with a rubber band I had acquired at the nurse's station. A cursory glance in the mirror showed that it looked tidy enough. The borrowed clothes fit quite well, and even though the sneakers looked wide and ungainly, they did a good job of protecting my painful feet. "I made a reservation for you at the Hudson Valley Inn," Joan told me. "It's about a mile away." "If you don't mind, I'd like to drive to Mrs. Hilmer's place. My car is still there, or at least I hope it's there." "Who would take it?" "No one would take it, but it was parked about 2 feet from the garage. I'm keeping my fingers crossed that a beam or some debris didn't fall on it." There wasn't a wall standing of the structure that had housed the cheery apartment Mrs. Hilmer had so generously lent me. The area around it was cordoned off, and a policeman was standing guard. 3 men in heavy rubber boots were painstakingly examining the rubble, and undoubtedly trying to pinpoint the source of the blaze. They looked up when they saw us, but then went back to their probing. I was relieved to see that my car had been moved about 20 feet toward Mrs. Hilmer's house. We got out of the SUV to examine it. It's a previously owned BMW that I bought 2 years ago, the first decent car I've ever had. Of course, every inch of it was grimy with black smoke, and there were some blisters in the paint on the passenger side, but I considered myself lucky. I still had my wheels, even if I couldn't use them yet. My shoulder bag had been in the bedroom. Along with everything else, my key ring was in it. The cop on guard came over to us. He was very young and very polite. When I explained that I didn't have the key to the car and would contact BMW for a replacement, he assured me the car would be safe. "One of us will be on the premises for the next few days." "To see if you can pin the fire on me?" I wondered as I thanked him. Whatever lift in spirit I'd felt when I got dressed and left the hospital disappeared as Joan and I started to get back in her SUV. It was a beautiful, clear fall day, but around us the smell of smoke permeated the air. I fervently hoped that it would dissipate before Mrs. Hilmer got back. That was another thing I had to do, phone and talk to her. I could visualize the conversation. "I'm really sorry I caused your guest house to burn down. I certainly won't let it happen again." I could hear the pealing of church bells in the distance, and I wondered if my father went to Mass after he visited me. He and his wife and son, the basketball star. I had thrown away his card when I was clearing out the hospital room, but I'd noticed he still lived in Irvington. That meant he probably was still a parishioner of Immaculate Conception, the church in which I was baptized. The godparents who were to assist my parents in reinforcing my religious education and spiritual well-being were my father's close friends, the Berrys. Dave Berry was a state trooper, too, and probably also retired by now. I wondered if he or his wife, Nancy, ever said, "Oh, by the way, Ted, any word from Ellie?" Or was I a subject too uncomfortable to be discussed, a person to be dismissed with a shake of the head and a sigh? It's one of those sad things that happen in life. We just have to put it behind us and go on. "You're very quiet, Ellie," Joan said as she turned on the ignition. "How do you feel, really?" "Much better than I dared hope," I assured her. "You're an angel, and with the money you are so kindly going to lend me, I am buying you lunch." I could see that the Hudson Valley Inn was going to be a perfect spot for me. It was a 3-story, wide-porched, gingerbread kind of Victorian mansion. Joan gave her credit card for an imprint, explaining that I'd lost my purse and it would be a few days before I would have new cards issued. Joan and I walked slowly up the 2 flights to the room, agreed that it was exactly what I needed, and made our equally slow passage back to the quaint dining room at the rear of the inn. By then I felt as though all the blisters had given birth to septuplets. A Bloody Mary and a club sandwich did wonders to restore a sense of normalcy to me. Then, over coffee, Joan frowned and said, "Ellie, I hate to bring this up, but it's necessary. Leo and I went to a cocktail party last night. Everyone is talking about your website." "Go on." "Some people think it's outrageous," she said frankly. "I understand it was legal for you to register it in Rob Westerfield's name, but a lot of people think that was unfair and totally unnecessary." "What else are they saying?" "That you should not have put those mug shots of him on the website. That the medical examiner's testimony describing Andrea's wounds make brutal reading. It was a brutal crime." "Ellie, you asked me to tell you what people are saying." Joan looked so terribly unhappy that I was ashamed of myself. "Joan, if Rob Westerfield had admitted his guilt and honestly expressed regret, I still would have hated his guts, but there wouldn't be a website. I understand why people think the way they do, but I can't stop now." She reached across the table, and we clasped hands. "Ellie, there's another sympathy vote out there. It's for old Mrs. Westerfield. Her housekeeper is telling everyone who will listen how upset she is about the website and how she wishes you would at least shut it down until after a new jury has heard the evidence." I thought of Dorothy Westerfield, that elegant woman, offering condolences to my mother on the day of the funeral, and I remembered my father ordering her from the house. He couldn't tolerate her sympathy then, and I couldn't allow myself to be swayed by sympathy for her now. "We'd better change the subject," I said. "We're not going to agree." Joan lent me $300, and we both managed a genuine smile as I paid for the lunch. "Symbolic," I said, "but it makes me feel better." We said goodbye in the vestibule at the front door. "I hate to see you having to make that climb upstairs," she said, looking worried. "It will be worth it just to get there, and I've got my freebie to lean on." I thumped the cane lightly to emphasize my point. "Call me if you need anything. Otherwise, I'll talk to you tomorrow." I hesitated about bringing up anything else controversial, but there was one more thing I had to ask her. "Joan, I know you never saw the locket that I insist Andrea was wearing, but are you still in touch with some of the girls who were in school with you and Andrea?" "Sure, and you can bet I'll be hearing from them, given all that's going on." "Would you ask them directly if any of them ever saw Andrea wearing the locket I described to you? Gold, heart-shaped, embossed at the edges, small blue stones in the center, and A and R, Andrea's and Rob's initials engraved on the back?" "Ellie." "Joan, the more I think about it, the more I believe that the only reason Rob went back to the garage was that he couldn't afford to have the locket found on Andrea's body. I need to know why, and it would help if someone else confirmed that it existed." Joan didn't comment further after that. She promised she would make inquiries, and then left me to go home to her orderly life with her husband and children. Leaning heavily on the cane, I limped upstairs to the room, locked and bolted the door, carefully removed the sneakers, and sank down on the bed. The ringing of the telephone woke me up. I was startled to see that the room was in darkness. I struggled up on one elbow, fumbled for the light, and glanced at the clock as I picked up the phone on the bedside table. It was 8 o'clock. I had been asleep for 6 hours. "Hello?" I know I sounded groggy. "Ellie, it's Joan. Something terrible has happened. Old Mrs. Westerfield's housekeeper went into Strobel's delicatessen this afternoon and shouted at Polly, telling him to admit that he'd killed Andrea. She said it was his fault that the Westerfield family was being tortured. Ellie, an hour ago Polly went into the bathroom at home, locked the door, and slit his wrists. He's in intensive care in the hospital. He's lost so much blood that they don't think he's going to live." I found Mrs. Strobel in the waiting room outside the intensive care unit. She was weeping quietly, the tears running down her cheeks. Her coat was around her shoulders, and even though her cardigan and skirt were dark blue, I could see dark stains that I was sure had been caused by Polly's blood. I wasn't sure what to expect from Mrs. Strobel. It was my website that had triggered the verbal attack from Mrs. Westerfield's housekeeper and Polly's despairing response to it. But Mrs. Strobel stood up and walked halfway across the room to meet me.
"You understand, Ellie," she sobbed. "You understand what they have done to my son."
I put my arms around her. "I do understand, Mrs. Strobel." We sat together for the next 12 hours. From time to time we went in and stood at the entrance to the cubicle where Polly was lying, an oxygen mask over his face, tubes in his arms, heavy bandages on his wrists. Streaks of light began to penetrate the outside darkness. At 9:15, a doctor came into the waiting room.
"Polly is stabilized," he said. "He'll make it. Why don't you people go home and get some sleep?"
I took a cab back from the hospital. Along the way, I had the driver stop so I could pick up the morning papers. I had only to glance at the front page of the Westchester Post to be grateful that in the intensive care unit Polly Strobel did not have access to newspapers. The headline was, "Murder Suspect Attempts Suicide." The rest of the front page was covered with pictures of 3 people. The photo on the left was of Will Nebels posing for the camera, a self-righteous expression on his weak-featured face. The one on the right was of a woman in her mid-60s with a worried frown that enhanced her severe features. The center photo was of Polly, behind the counter of the deli, a bread knife in his hand. The picture had been cropped so that only the hand holding the bread knife showed. There was no context for it, no baguette being sliced in preparation for a sandwich. He was looking into the camera, his eyebrows drawn together. My guess is that Polly had been caught by surprise when his picture was taken. Whatever, the effect was that of a surly man with disturbing eyes brandishing a weapon. The captions under the pictures were quotes. Nebels was, "I knew he did it." The woman with severe features said, "He admitted it to me." Polly's caption was, "I'm sorry, I'm sorry." The story was on page 3, but I had to put off reading it. The cab was pulling up to the inn. Once in my room, I turned again to the newspaper. The woman in the photo on the front page was Lillian Beckerson, Mrs. Dorothy Westerfield's housekeeper of 31 years. "Mrs. Westerfield is one of the finest human beings who ever walked the face of the earth," the newspaper quoted her as saying. "Her husband was a United States Senator. His grandfather was governor of New York. She's lived with this stain on her family name for over 20 years. Now when her only grandchild is trying to prove his innocence, that woman who lied on the witness stand as a child is back trying to destroy him again on a website." That's me, I thought. Mrs. Westerfield was looking at that website and crying yesterday afternoon. I couldn't take it anymore. I marched myself into that delicatessen and yelled at that man, asking him to please tell the truth, to admit what he had done. You know what he kept saying to me? "I'm sorry, I'm sorry." Now, if you were innocent, would you have said that? I don't think so. You would if you were Polly. I forced myself to keep reading. I'm an investigative journalist, and I could see that Colin Marsh, the guy who wrote this story, was one of those sensationalists who knows how to elicit and then manipulate provocative quotes. He had looked up Emma Watkins, the guidance counselor who years ago swore on the stand that Polly had sobbed, "I didn't think she was dead," when the class was told about Andrea. Ms. Watkins told Marsh that over the years she always had been troubled by Rob Westerfield's conviction. She said that Polly was easily agitated, and that if he learned that Andrea had been joking when she said she'd go with him to the Thanksgiving mixer, he might have been upset enough to lash out. Lash out. What a delicate way to put it, I thought. Will Nebels, that poor excuse for a human being, that sleaze who used to like to hug teenage girls, was extensively quoted in the story. With even more flourish than he had exhibited in the earlier television interview I'd seen, he told Marsh about seeing Polly go into the garage hideout that night, carrying a tire jack. He ended by piously lamenting he'd never be able to make up to the Westerfield family that he didn't come forward sooner. When I finished reading the account, I threw the paper on the bed. I was both furious and worried. The case was being tried in the press, and more people were going to come to believe that Rob Westerfield was innocent. I realized that if I had read the story cold, even I might have been convinced that the wrong man had been convicted. But if Mrs. Westerfield was upset by what she read on my website, it undoubtedly was having an effect on other people as well. I opened the computer and got busy. In a mistaken gesture of loyalty, Mrs. Dorothy Westerfield's housekeeper stormed into Strobel's delicatessen and verbally attacked Polly Strobel. A few hours later, Polly, a gentleman already under great stress thanks to the lies perpetrated by the Westerfield money machine, attempted to commit suicide. My sympathy goes out to Mrs. Dorothy Westerfield, by all accounts a truly fine woman, for the pain she has suffered because of the crime committed by her grandson. I believe that she will find peace by accepting the fact that her proud family name may still be respected by future generations. All she needs to do is leave her vast fortune to charities that will educate future generations of students and fund medical research that will save the lives of countless human beings. Leaving that fortune to a killer compounds the tragedy that more than 20 years ago took my sister's life, and that yesterday very nearly cost Polly Strobel his life. I understand that a committee for justice for Rob Westerfield has been formed. I invite all of you to join the Committee for Justice for Polly Strobel. Mrs. Dorothy Westerfield, you first. Not bad, I thought, as I transferred the text to the website. As I was closing the computer, my cell phone rang.
I've been reading the papers.
I immediately recognized the voice. It was the man who earlier claimed to have been in prison with Rob Westerfield and said he heard him confess to another murder. I've been hoping to hear from you. I tried to keep my tone non-committal.
The way I see it, Westerfield's doing a good job of making that loony Strobel look bad.
He's not a loony, I snapped.
Have it your way. Here's the deal. $5,000, I give you the first name of the guy Westerfield bragged about killing.
The first name?
First name is all I know, and I need the money by Friday.
I knew that there was a very good chance I was being conned, but it was a chance I decided to take. I'll have the money by Friday, I promised. By Wednesday evening, I was reasonably back to normal. I had credit cards, a driver's license, and money. An advance on the book had been electronically transferred to a bank near the inn. The superintendent's wife in Atlanta had gone to my apartment, packed some clothes for me, and shipped them to me overnight. The blisters on my feet were healing, and I'd even had time to get my hair trimmed. Most important, I had an appointment on Thursday afternoon in Boston with Christopher Cassidy, the scholarship student at Arbinger, who at age 14 had been severely beaten by Rob Westerfield. I had already put on the website Dr. Margaret Fisher's account of having her arm twisted by Rob Westerfield and being paid $500 by his father not to press charges. I emailed the text to her before I put it on the website. She not only okayed it, but gave her professional opinion that the hair-trigger temper and violence she had experienced could very well have been the same reaction that caused him to bludgeon Andrea to death. On the other hand, Joan had been in touch with Andrea's circle of close friends at high school, and she'd reported that not one of them ever saw her wear any locket except the one my father gave her. Every day I was running a description of the locket on the website, asking for any information anyone might be able to supply. So far, there'd been no results. My email was full of comments. Some praised what I was doing, others vehemently objected to it. I had my share of weirdos writing as well. 2 confessed to the murder. 1 said Andrea was still alive and wanted me to rescue her. A couple of the letters threatened me. The one that I believed was genuine said he was very disappointed to see me escape from the fire. He added, "Cute nightshirt. L.L. Bean, wasn't it?" Had the writer been watching the fire from the woods, or could he be the intruder who had been in the apartment and perhaps noticed the nightshirt on a hanger in the bedroom closet? Either prospect was intimidating, and if I wanted to admit it to myself, both were downright frightening. I was in touch with Mrs. Strobel several times a day, and as Polly started to mend, the relief in her voice became more and more evident. However, so did the concern.
"Ellie, if there is a new trial, and Polly has to testify, I am afraid he will do this again to himself. He has told me, Mama, in court I can't answer them so that they understand. I worried about Andrea being with Rob Westerfield. I did not threaten her." Then she added, "My friends are calling me. They see your website. They say everyone should have a champion like you. I tell Polly about it. He would like you to visit him." I promised I would go on Saturday. Except for the errands I'd completed, I'd been staying in the room, working on the book and having my meals sent up by room service. But at 7 o'clock on Wednesday evening, I decided to go downstairs for dinner. The dining room here was not unlike the one at the Parkinson Inn, but it had a more formal feeling. The diners here were distinctly older, vintage senior citizens, not the exuberant groups that frequented the Parkinson. But the food was equally good, and after debating between rack of lamb and swordfish, I succumbed to what I really felt like having and ordered the lamb. I took from my bag a book I'd been wanting to read, and for the next hour enjoyed the combination I love, a good dinner and a good book. I was so deeply into the story that when the waitress cleared the table and then spoke to me, I looked up at her, startled. "The gentleman at the next table would like to offer you an after-dinner drink." I think I knew it was Rob Westerfield even before I turned my head. He was sitting not more than 6 feet from me, a wine-glass in his hand. He raised it in a mock salute and smiled. "He asked if I knew your name, miss. I told him, and he wrote this note to you." She handed me a card with Westerfield's full name embossed on the front, Robson Park Westerfield. My God, he's giving it the full treatment, was the thought that ran through my head as I flipped the card over. On it he had written, "Andrea was cute, but you're beautiful." I got up, walked over to him, tore up the card, and dropped the pieces in his wine glass. "Maybe you want to give me the locket you took back after you killed her," I suggested. His pupils widened, and the teasing expression in his cobalt eyes disappeared. For an instant I thought he would spring up and attack me as he had attacked Dr. Fisher in the restaurant years ago. "That necklace was a big worry for you, wasn't it, jailbird?" I asked him. "Well, I think it still is, and I'm going to find out why." The waitress was standing between the tables, her expression baffled. She obviously hadn't recognized Westerfield, which made me wonder when she had arrived in Oldham. I jerked my head back at him. "Bring Mr. Westerfield another glass of wine, please, and put it on my bill." Sometime during the night, the alarm was disabled on my car, and the gas tank jimmied open. A very efficient way to destroy a car is to pour sand into the gas tank. The Oldham police, in the form of Detective White, responded to my call. While he didn't quite ask me where I had obtained the sand, he did mention that the fire in Mrs. Hilmer's garage was definitely set. He also said that the remnants of gasoline-soaked towels that had started the blaze were identical with the towels Mrs. Hilmer had left in the linen closet of the apartment. "Quite a coincidence, Ms. Kavanaugh," he said. "Or is it?" I drove a rented car to Boston for my appointment with Christopher Cassidy. Any good reporter has to be compulsively punctual. Not being able to use my own car, waiting for the police to fill out the report, and then going to the rental agency had delayed me. Christopher Cassidy's secretary had warned me to be prompt, as he was squeezing time for me in a very full day and was leaving this evening for meetings in Europe. It was 4 minutes to 2 when I arrived breathlessly at his office for the 2 o'clock appointment. Promptly at 2 o'clock, Cassidy's secretary came to escort me to his private office. As I followed her in, I reviewed in my mind everything I had learned about Cassidy. When I looked him up on the internet, I learned that he had graduated at the top of his class from Yale, had a master's degree from the Harvard Business School, and had been honored by so many charities that it was obvious he was a generous donor. He was 42 years old, married, had a 15-year-old daughter, and was an avid sportsman. Obviously quite a guy. The minute I entered the room, he came out from behind his desk, walked over to me, and extended his hand. "I'm glad to see you, Miss Kavanaugh. Is it okay if I call you Ellie? I feel as though I know you. Why don't we sit over here?" He indicated the sitting area near the window. There was a feeling of crackling energy emanating from him, and I could sense that Christopher Cassidy never wasted a minute. Now he came directly to the point.
When Craig Parshall phoned, he told me why you wanted to talk to me. What do you want me to tell you?
Mr. Cassidy, I began.
Anyone who despises Rob Westerfield calls me Chris.
Chris, according to Craig Parshall, Westerfield beat you up pretty viciously when you were both sophomores at Arbinger.
We were both good athletes. There was one starting spot on the varsity for a running back. We competed for it, and I got it. I guess he was brooding over it. A day or so later, I was on my way back to the dorm from the library. I had a load of books in my arms. He came up behind and punched me in the neck. Before I could react, he was all over me. I ended up with a broken nose and jaw.
And no one stopped him?
He had picked his time. He attacked me when there was no one else around, then tried to say I started it. Fortunately, a senior happened to be looking out the window and witnessed what happened. Of course, the school didn't want a scandal. The Westerfields have been big donors for generations. My father was ready to file charges, but was offered a full scholarship from my brother, who was then in the 8th grade, if he'd reconsider. I'm sure now that the Westerfields paid for that so-called scholarship. To the credit of the school, Rob was forced to withdraw at the end of the term.
May I tell this story on the website? Your name would add a lot of validity to what I'm trying to do.
Absolutely.
Cassidy glanced at his watch. It was time to thank him and leave. I had one question, however, that I had to get in. What about his freshman year? Did you have much contact with him?
Not really. We pursued different activities. He went out for the drama club and was in a couple of productions. I saw them, and I have to admit he was very good. He wasn't the lead in either play, but he was voted best actor for one of them, so I guess that kept him happy for a while.
Cassidy stood up, and reluctantly I got up too. You've been very kind, I started to say, but then he interrupted me.
You know, I just remembered something.
Westerfield obviously loved the limelight and didn't want to lose his moment of glory.
He wore a dark blonde wig in that play. Unless we forget how good he'd been, he used to put it on sometimes.
Then he'd put on the mannerisms of the character, and I remember he even signed that character's name when he passed notes in class. I thought of Rob Westerfield showing up at the inn last evening and giving the waitress the impression he was flirting with me.
He's still acting, I said grimly.
I grabbed a quick lunch and was back in the car at 3:30. Snow had begun to fall, and the trip up to Boston began to seem like a picnic compared to the trek back to Oldham. It was 11:30 that night when I finally got back to the inn. I was just inside my room when the cell phone rang. It was the call I was expecting, but this time the voice I heard was agitated.
Listen, I think I've been set up. I may not get out of here.
Where are you?
Listen to me. If I give you the name, can I trust you to pay me later?
Yes, you can.
Westerfield must have figured I might be trouble for him. He's had a ton of money since he was born. I've had nothing. If I get out of here and you pay me, I'll at least have some. If I don't, then maybe you can get Westerfield for me on a murder charge.
Now I was convinced he was genuine, that he did have information. I swear to you I'll pay you. I swear to you I'll nail Westerfield for you.
Westerfield told me, I beat Phil to death and it felt good. Got that? Phil. That's the name.
The line went dead. Rob Westerfield had been 19 years old when he murdered Andrea. Within 8 months, he had been arrested, indicted, tried, convicted, and sent to prison. Though he had been out on bail prior to his conviction, I could not believe that during those 8 months he would have risked killing someone else. That meant the earlier crime had been committed between 22 and 27 years ago. I had to cover those 5 or 6 years of his life to try to find a connection between him and a dead man whose first name was Phil. It seems incredible to think that at 13 or 14 Rob might have committed a murder. Or was it? He'd only been 14 when he viciously assaulted Christopher Cassidy. I reasoned that in those years he had been at Arbinger in Massachusetts for a year and a half, then spent 6 months at Bath Public School in England, 2 years in Carrington Academy in Maine, and a semester or so in Willow, a nondescript college near Buffalo. The Westerfields have a house in Vail and another in Palm Beach. It seemed to me that Rob must have visited those places. He also may have gone on class trips abroad. That was a lot of territory to cover. I knew I needed help. Marcus Longo had been a detective with the Westchester County District Attorney's Office for 25 years. If anyone could track down the homicide of a man with only a first name as a clue, my money would be on him. Fortunately, when I phoned Marcus, I reached him instead of an answering machine. "Marcus, may I buy you lunch? I need some advice."
"The advice is free. I buy the lunch."
We met at the Depot restaurant in Cold Spring. There, over club sandwiches and coffee, I filled him in on my eventful week. "Marcus, I received a call from someone who was in prison with Rob." I told him about the deal I had made to buy information and then about the phone call last night. "Marcus, I knew I might be suckered into losing $5,000, but this is different. This man was in fear of his life. He wanted me to know about Phil because he wanted revenge on Westerfield."
"You say he referred to the sign you were holding up outside the prison?"
"Yes."
"You were only there once, isn't that right?"
"That's right. I was hoping that you could get a list of the prisoners who were discharged the day after Westerfield. Then you could see if anything happened to any one of them."
"I can do that. Ellie, you realize this also could be some nut playing games."
"I know that, but I don't think so." I opened my pocketbook. I've made a list of the schools Rob Westerfield attended, both here and in England, and the places where his family has homes. There are databases listing unsolved homicides that took place between 22 and 27 years ago, aren't there?
"Of course."
Then it shouldn't be too hard to learn if there's a victim whose name is Phil.
"No, it shouldn't."
He looked at the list.
"Massachusetts, Maine, Florida, Colorado, New York, England."
He whistled.
"That's a lot of territory. I'll see what I can do."
The waitress was placing the tab in front of Marcus. I waited until she was gone before I said, "When I go to Carrington and Willow College, I'll ask about students from Westerfield's time. Philip isn't that common a name." Marcus looked concerned.
"You told me that your informant claimed to be in fear of his life?"
"Yes."
"Ellie, Rob Westerfield is worried your website could influence his grandmother to leave her money to charity. Now he may be terrified that you could uncover another crime that might send him back to prison. Don't you realize how precarious your situation is?"
"I honestly do, but there's nothing I can do about it."
"Damn it, Ellie, yes you can. Your father was a state trooper. He's retired. You could live in his house. He could be your bodyguard. Trust me, you need one. And something else. If that guy's story is on the level, helping to put Westerfield back in prison would help your father have closure too. I don't think you understand how tough this has been on him."
"He's been in touch with you?"
"Yes, he has."
We stood up. "Marcus, you mean well, but I don't think you understand something. My father got his closure when he let us go. Next time he calls, tell him to watch his son play basketball and leave me alone." Marcus gave me a hug as we separated in the parking lot.
"I'll call you as soon as I start getting answers," he promised.
I drove back to the inn. Mrs. Willis, the day clerk, was at the desk.
"Ms. Kavanaugh, your brother is waiting for you in the sunroom."
He was standing in front of the window, looking out, his back to me. He was a good 6'3", taller than I'd realized when I saw him on television. He must have heard my footsteps because he turned around. We looked at each other.
"You'll never be able to deny her,"
my grandmother used to joke to my mother about Andrea.
"She's growing up to be the image of you."
If she were here, she'd be saying the same sort of thing to us. In appearance, at least, we could never deny each other. "Hello, Ellie. I'm your brother, Teddy." He walked to me, holding out his hand. I ignored it. "Can't I just talk to you for 5 minutes?" His voice had not yet fully deepened, but it was well modulated. He looked worried but determined. I shook my head and turned to leave. "You're my sister," he said. "You could at least give me 5 minutes. You might even like me if you knew me." There was appeal in his voice. "Why don't we have a soda or something?" I shook my head. Please, Ellie. Maybe it was the way my name fell from his lips, or maybe I just have a hard time being downright rude. This kid hadn't done anything to me. I heard myself saying, "There's a soda machine in the hall." I started to dig in my purse. "I've got it. What kind do you want?" "Plain water." "Me too. I'll be right back." His smile was both shy and relieved. I sat on the brightly patterned wicker love seat, trying to figure out how to send him away. I didn't want to listen to a pitch about what a great father we had and how I should let bygones be bygones. Teddy returned carrying the 2 bottles of water. "Ellie, would you come and see me play basketball sometime?" It wasn't what I expected. "I mean, couldn't we be friends at least? I read your book last year about the cases you've worked on. It was great. I'd like to talk to you about them." "Teddy, I'm awfully busy right now, and—" He interrupted. "I watch your website every day. The way you write about Westerfield must be driving him crazy. Ellie, you're my sister, and I don't want anything to happen to you." I wanted to say, "Please don't call me your sister," but the words died on my lips. I settled for, "Please don't worry about me. I can take care of myself." "Can I help you?" He was so earnest and so concerned that I had to smile. "Teddy, you have school and I'm sure plenty of basketball practice, and now I honestly have to get to work." He stood up with me. "We look a lot alike," he said. "I know we do." "I'm glad. Ellie, I'm getting out of your way now, but I'm coming back." Would to God your father had had the same persistence, I thought. Then I realized that if he had, this boy would never have been born. I worked for a couple of hours, refining the way I would present Christopher Cassidy's story for the website. When I thought I had it right, I emailed it to his office for his approval. At 4 o'clock, Marcus Longo called. "Ellie, the Westerfields have taken a page out of your book. They have a website, comjustrob.com. Let me guess what it stands for. Committee for Justice for Rob." "You have it. Basically, the strategy is to present touching stories of people who were wrongly convicted of crimes, thereby linking them to Rob Westerfield, the most innocent of them all." "You've got it. But they've also been doing some digging about you, and they've come up with some unfortunate stuff." "Meaning what?" "The Fromm Center, a psychiatric facility." I did an undercover story on it. It was a rip-off joint, paid a fortune by the state of Georgia, and not one legitimate psychiatrist or psychologist on staff. "Was there a photograph taken of you in the Fromm Center in which you were lying on a bed with your arms and legs in restraints?" "Yes, there was, and it was taken to illustrate what had been going on there." "Why?" "It's on the Westerfields' website, insinuating that you were forcibly held there." He paused. "Ellie, are you surprised that these people play dirty?" I went online and found the new website of the Committee for Justice for Robson Westerfield. It had been handsomely designed, with a quotation from Voltaire under the heading, "It is better to risk saving a guilty person than to condemn an innocent one." The picture of a grave and contemplative Rob Westerfield was directly below the quote. It was followed by stories of people who genuinely had been imprisoned for someone else's crime. The stories were well written and pulled on heartstrings. It didn't take a great leap to figure that Jake Byrne had been the author. The personal section on the website made the Westerfield sound like American royalty. There were pictures of Rob as a baby with his grandfather, the United States Senator, and at age 9 or 10 with his grandmother, helping her cut the ribbon on a new Westerfield Children's Center. There were shots of him with his parents boarding the Queen Elizabeth II and dressed in tennis whites at the Everglades Club. I guess the idea was to convey that it was beneath the dignity of this privileged young man to take a human life. I was the star of the next page of the website. It showed me spread out on the bed in the Fromm Psychiatric Center, my legs and arms shackled, wearing one of the pitifully inadequate nightshirts that were mandatory for the patients. I was only partially covered by a thin rag of blanket. The caption was, "The witness whose testimony convicted Robson Westerfield." I clicked off. I sat for half an hour trying to calm down as I tried to figure out how to handle publicizing Westerfield's alleged confession of another murder. I composed a simple entry. Somewhere between 22 and 27 years ago, it is alleged Rob Westerfield committed another crime. He is directly quoted as saying when he was high on drugs in prison, "I beat Phil to death, and it felt good." Anyone with information about this crime, please email me at ellie1234@mediaone.net. Confidentiality and reward. I looked it over. Rob Westerfield will certainly read it, I thought. But suppose he knows there is someone besides my unknown caller who has information that could hurt him. There are two things an investigative reporter does not do: reveal sources and place innocent people in danger. I put the entry on hold. On Friday evening, I broke down and phoned Pete Lawler. "Your call is being forwarded to an answering service. This is your former co-worker who has enough interest in your well-being to inquire as to your state of mind, job opportunities, and health," I said. "A response will be appreciated." He called back half an hour later. "You must be hard up for someone to talk to." "I am. That's why you came to mind." "Thanks. May I ask where you are now?" "In Atlanta, packing up." "I gather a decision has been made?" "Yes, a dream job, based in New York, but with a fair amount of traveling, reporting from hotspots all over the globe." "Which newspaper?" "Negative. I'm going to be a television star." "Are you joking?" "It's for real. It's with Packard Cable." "Packard? That's great." "It's one of the newer cable networks, but growing fast." "When do you start?" "Wednesday. I'm in the process of subletting the apartment and putting stuff together to load in the car. I start driving up Sunday afternoon." "Dinner Tuesday?" "Sure. It's good to hear that melodious voice of yours." "Don't hang up. Ellie, I've been watching your website." "Pretty good, isn't it?" "If this guy is what you say he is, you're playing with fire." I already have, I thought. "Promise you won't tell me to be careful?" "I promise. Talk to you Monday afternoon." I locked my hands behind my head and began to twist from side to side. My neck muscles were tight, and it felt good to try to stretch them. What was not so good was the dismaying realization that I missed Pete Lawler terribly and would not want to return to Atlanta unless he was there. I spoke to Mrs. Strobel on Saturday morning. She told me that Polly was no longer in intensive care and probably would be discharged after the weekend. I promised to drop by later for a visit at about 3 o'clock. When I arrived, Mrs. Strobel was sitting by Polly's bed. As soon as she looked up at me, I could see from the concern on her face that there was a problem. "He developed a high fever around lunchtime. There is an infection in one of his arms." I looked down at Polly. His arms were still heavily bandaged, and he had several IVs dripping from overhead pulleys. He was very pale and kept turning his head from side to side. "They are giving him an antibiotic, plus something to calm him down," Mrs. Strobel said. "The fever makes him restless." I pulled up a chair and sat beside her. His eyes were glazed with fever, but he tried to smile. "Ellie, my friend." "You bet I am." His eyes closed. A moment later he began to mutter incoherently. I heard him whisper Andrea's name. Mrs. Strobel clasped and unclasped her hands. "That's all he talks about. He preys on his mind so much. He is so afraid they will make him go back to court. No one understands how much they frightened him last time." Her voice was rising, and I could see that Polly was becoming agitated. "But, Mama, suppose I forget and—" Mrs. Strobel seemed suddenly flustered. "No more talk, Polly," she said abruptly. "Go to sleep. You must get better." "Mama—" "Polly, you must be quiet now." She laid a gentle but resolute hand on his lips. "Mama, suppose I forget and tell them about the locket she was wearing. I'll try not to tell, but if I forget, you won't let them put me in prison, will you?" There is an explanation. You must believe me. It is not what you think." Mrs. Strobel sobbed to me as we stood in the corridor outside Polly's room. "Ellie, I will call you tomorrow morning," she promised. "I am too upset now." Shaking her head as she turned away, Mrs. Strobel struggled to regain her composure. I drove back to the inn on automatic pilot. Was it possible? Was it remotely possible that all this time I had been wrong? I could not believe that Polly had been Andrea's murderer, but I was sure that years ago Mrs. Strobel had kept him from telling something he knew. The locket. As I drove into the parking lot of the inn, I was overwhelmed with a crushing sense of the irony of what was happening. No one, absolutely no one, believed that Rob Westerfield had given Andrea a locket and that she had been wearing it the night she died. But now the existence of the locket had been validated by the one person who would be terrified to publicly admit any knowledge of it. It was 4:15, and the shadows were already long and slanting. The parking lot was almost full. To find a space, I had to drive around the bend to the farthest section, putting me out of sight of the inn. I moved quickly as I made my way through a row of parked cars toward the safety of the inn. As I passed an old van, the door suddenly slid open, and a man jumped out and tried to grab my arm. I began to run and got about 10 feet, but then tripped on one of the extra-large moccasins I'd bought to accommodate my bandaged feet. The man was immediately down on one knee beside me. "Don't scream," he said urgently. "I'm not going to hurt you. Please, don't scream." I couldn't have screamed, nor could I have gotten away from him and run to the inn. My entire body was shaking in reaction to the severe impact with the hard surface of the ground. "I want to sell you some information about Rob Westerfield." I looked up at him. His face was very close to mine. He was a man somewhere in his early 40s, with thin, not particularly clean hair. He had a nervous way of sliding his eyes around, like someone who expects to have to make a run for it at any moment. "I'm not going to hurt you," he repeated. It wasn't rational, perhaps, but for some reason I believed him. If he had wanted to kill me, he'd already had all the chance he needed. "Are you willing to listen?" he asked impatiently. "Go ahead." "I have something that maybe might stick Westerfield with a crime he committed years ago." "How much do you want?" $1,000. "What have you got?" "You know that Westerfield's grandmother was shot and left for dead about 25 years ago? You wrote about it on your website?" "Yes, I did." "My brother Skip, he went to prison for that job. But Westerfield planned it, see, and hired Skip to do it." "Why?" "Westerfield was heavy into drugs. He owed people big time. He'd seen his grandmother's will. She'd left $100,000 directly to him. The minute she croaked, it would be in his pocket. He promised Skip $10,000 to do the job." "Did he pay him?" "Before the job, he gave my brother his Rolex as security. Then he reported it stolen." "Why?" "To cover his tracks after my brother was arrested. Westerfield claimed he met Skip in a bowling alley the night before the old lady was hit. He swore that was the only time he ever saw him." "How did your brother get caught?" "He was picked up the next day. He had a record. They found his fingerprints." "Didn't your brother try to implicate Westerfield?" "Sure. Nobody believed him." "I'm not certain about that. His grandmother changed her will. That $100,000 direct grant was taken out of it." "Good. They let Skip plead to attempted murder with a 20-year sentence. The DA agreed to the deal so that the old lady wouldn't have to testify at a trial. He died after he'd served half his time." The last of the sun had gone totally behind the clouds. I still felt shaken from the fall, and now I was cold, too. "What's your name?" I asked. "Elfie. Elfie Leeds." "Elfie, I believe you," I said. "But I don't know why you're telling me this now. There's never been a shred of evidence to prove that Rob Westerfield was in on that crime." "I have proof he was involved." Elfie reached into his pocket and pulled out a folded sheet of paper. "This is a copy of the diagram Rob Westerfield gave my brother so he could get into the house without setting off the alarm." From another pocket he took out a pencil flashlight. The thin beam was enough to enable me to recognize the Westerfield house and driveway. The garage hideout was even depicted. Below the buildings there was a precise layout of the interior of the mansion.
See, it shows where the alarm is and gives the code to disarm it. Rob wasn't worried that disarming the alarm would draw attention to himself, because a lot of handymen and other employees knew the code too.
There was a name printed on the bottom of the page. "Who's Jim?" I asked.
"The guy who drew this. Westerfield told Skip and me that he did some work on the house. We never met him."
"Did your brother ever show this to the police?"
"He wanted to use it, but the lawyer they gave him said forget it. He said Skip had no proof Westerfield gave it to him, and the fact that he even had it only helped prove that Skip was planning to kill her."
"Jim could have corroborated your brother's story. Did anyone try to find him?"
"I guess not. I've kept the map all these years, and when I saw your website, I figured this is one more thing you might investigate and hang on Westerfield. Have we got a deal?"
"Wait a minute. You say this is a copy of the original. Where is the original?"
"The lawyer tore it up. He said he didn't want it to fall in the wrong hands. He didn't know Skip had made a copy and given it to me."
"I want this," I said. "I'll have the cash for you in the morning." We shook hands. His skin felt somewhat grimy, but it was also calloused, which said to me that Alfie did hard, heavy work. As he carefully folded the paper and put it in his inside pocket, I couldn't help saying, "With this kind of evidence, I just can't understand why your brother's lawyer didn't try to make a deal with the district attorney."
Alfie smiled, baring stained teeth. "Skip's lawyer is working for them now. He's that Hamilton guy, the one who's all over television saying he's going to get a new trial and acquittal for Rob."
When I got back to the room, there was a message to call Mrs. Hilmer. I'd spoken to her several times since the fire, and she'd been simply wonderful to me. Her whole concern was about my being okay, and she was distressed over my almost being trapped in the fire.
You would have thought I'd done her a favor by being the reason the garage and apartment had been reduced to rubble.
I agreed to have Sunday dinner with her. I'd barely hung up when Joan called. I'd also been speaking to her, but we hadn't seen each other during the week, and I was anxious to return the money and clothes I'd borrowed. Of course, that was not Joan's reason for calling. She and Leo and the kids were going out for dinner to Il Palazzo and wanted me to join them.
"Great pasta, great pizza, a fun place," she promised. "I really think you'd enjoy it."
"You don't have to sell me. I'd love to go." In fact, I needed to get out. After my parking lot encounter with Alfie, the paramount thought in my mind was of all the people whose lives had been altered or destroyed by Rob Westerfield and by the Westerfield fortune. Andrea first, of course, then Mother, then Polly, who was so afraid he'd been tricked into revealing he knew something about the locket. Whatever his knowledge of the locket turned out to be, I would stake my life that it did not tie him to Andrea's death. Mrs. Strobel, hard-working and honest, also had been caught in the Westerfield web of misery. It must have been agony for her when Polly was on the witness stand during the trial. Suppose just one person had believed me when I said that Rob had given Andrea the locket, and then Polly had been asked about it in court. He easily could have incriminated himself. I believed everything that Alfie Leeds had told me. I had no doubt that his brother had been a potential killer. He was willing to take Mrs. Westerfield's life and had left her for dead. Bad as he was, though, he was entitled to a lawyer who truly represented him. The lawyer he was assigned sold him out to the Westerfields. I could visualize William Hamilton, Juris Doctor, seeing that case as his chance to break into the big time. He probably went to Rob's father, showed him the diagram, and was properly rewarded for his cooperation. Alfie was a victim, too. He'd been protected by his big brother and no doubt was left feeling guilty that he couldn't find a way to nail Rob Westerfield. And then he spent all those years sitting on evidence that he was afraid to show anyone. The hardest to swallow for me, of course, was the knowledge that if Rob Westerfield had been convicted of planning the attempted murder of his grandmother, he would never have met Andrea. Now I had another person on my list of people I wanted to nail to the wall. William Hamilton, Esquire. Anyhow, those were the sad and furious thoughts that were running through my head when Joan called. I definitely needed a break. We agreed to meet at 7 o'clock at Il Palazzo. Joan and Leo and their 3 boys were seated at a corner table when I got to Il Palazzo. I vaguely remembered Leo. He had been a senior at Oldham High when Joan and Andrea were sophomores. It's inevitable that when people from those days see me for the first time, the first thing they think about is Andrea's death. Then they invariably either comment on it or make an obvious effort to ignore it. I liked the way Leo handled his greeting to me. He said, "I remember you, of course, Ellie. You were over at Joan's house with Andrea a couple of times when I stopped by. You were a solemn little kid." "And now I'm a solemn big kid," I told him. I liked him immediately. He was about 6 feet tall, solidly built, with light brown hair and intelligent dark eyes. His smile was like Joan's, warm and all-embracing. The boys' ages were 10, 14, and 17. I did a fair amount of babysitting in my teenage years, and I like being around kids. Pretty soon, over mussels and pasta, they were talking to me about their activities, and I promised Sean, the 10-year-old, that I'd play chess with him. "I'm good," I warned him. "I'm better," he assured me. The bar at Il Palazzo was a glass-paneled section of the dining room, directly off the entrance hall. When I arrived, I hadn't paid attention to anyone in the bar, but I had noticed that during dinner, Joan sometimes glanced past me, her expression troubled. We were sipping coffee when I learned the reason for her concern. "Ellie, Will Nebels has been at the bar since before you got here. Someone must have pointed you out to him. He's on his way over, and from the look of him, I'd say he's drunk." The warning wasn't fast enough. I felt arms around my neck, a sloppy kiss on my cheek. "Little Ellie, my goodness, little Ellie Kavanaugh. Do you remember how I fixed your seesaw for you, honey? Your daddy was never any good at fixing stuff. Your mama used to call me all the time. 'Will, this needs to be done. Will.'" He was kissing my ear and the back of my neck. "Get your hands off her," Leo said, his voice clipped. He was on his feet. I was literally pinned down. Nebel's full weight was on me now. His arms were resting on my shoulders. His hands were sliding down, groping inside my sweater. "And pretty little Andrea. With my own eyes I seen that retard go in that garage carrying that tire jack." A waiter was pulling at him from one side, Leo and Billy from the other. I kept trying to push his face away, but to no avail. He was kissing my eyes. Then his moist, beery mouth was pressing against my lips. My chair started to tilt back as we struggled. I was terrified that I was going to slam the back of my head against the floor and end up with him sprawled over me. But men from nearby tables came rushing over, and strong hands caught the teetering chair before it reached the floor. Then Nebels was forcibly dragged away and the chair lifted up. I dropped my face into my hands. For the second time in 6 hours, I was trembling so violently that I could not respond to the concerned inquiries coming from all sides of me. The couple of pins that anchored my hair had pulled loose, and it was spilling around my shoulders. I felt Joan stroking it and wanted to beg her to stop. Compassion at that moment would undo me. Maybe she sensed my feeling because she withdrew her hand. I could hear the manager sputtering apologies. "You ought to apologize," I thought. "You should have stopped serving that drunk long ago." That flash of anger was all I needed to get me back on course. I raised my head and began to smooth back my hair. Then I glanced around the table at the concerned faces and shrugged. "I'm okay," I told them. I looked at Joan and knew what she was thinking. She might as well have been shouting it. "Ellie, now do you understand what I said about Will Nebels? He's admitted he was in Mrs. Westerfield's house that night. He was probably drunk. What do you think he would have done if he saw Andrea go into that garage alone?" A half hour later, after a fresh cup of coffee, I absolutely insisted on driving myself home. But on the way I wondered if I had been foolish. I was now positive that I was being followed and was not about to risk being alone again in that parking lot. I therefore did not turn off at the inn, but drove past it and called the police on my cell phone. "We'll send a car," the cop at the desk told me. "Where are you?" I told him. "All right, circle back and turn into the driveway of the inn. We'll be right behind whoever is tailing you. Under no circumstances get out of the car until we come for you." I drove slowly, and the car behind me slowed down as well. Now that I knew a squad car was coming, I was glad the car on my tail was still there. I wanted the police to find out who it was in that car and why I was being followed. I was approaching the inn again. I turned into the driveway, but the car behind me kept going. A moment later, I saw a dome light flashing and heard the wail of the police siren. I pulled over to the side of the driveway and stopped. 2 minutes later, the squad car, its light no longer flashing, drove up behind me. A cop got out and came up to the driver's door of my car. As I rolled down the window, I could see that he was smiling.
"You were being followed, Ms. Kavanaugh. The kid says he's your brother and he was making sure you got back here safely."
"Oh, for goodness sake, tell him to go home," I said. Then I added, "But thank him for me, please." I'd planned to call Marcus Longo on Sunday morning, but he beat me to it. When the phone rang at 9 o'clock, I was at the computer with my second cup of coffee on the table beside it.
"I've been in touch with the office at Sing Sing."
"You've heard something?"
"Ellie, you were outside Sing Sing on November 1st. Herb Corll, a convict who at one time was in the same cell block as Rob Westerfield, was discharged that morning. He was staying at a halfway house in Lower Manhattan. He hasn't been seen since early Friday evening."
"I got that last call on Friday night about 10:30, I said. "Whoever called me was afraid for his life."
"We can't be sure it's the same person, and we can't be sure that Corll didn't just break the conditions of his release and take off."
"What's your guess?" I asked.
"I've never been strong on coincidences, especially one like this."
"Neither am I." I told Marcus about my meeting with Elfie.
"Ellie, you do understand that even with the copy of the diagram and Elfie making a statement to the DA, you'll never get a conviction. The statute of limitations on that crime has run out."
"I know." I promised to let Marcus see the diagram that Elfie was bringing me. Then I said goodbye and tried to get back to work. It was slow, though, and after getting only a little more done, I realized it was time to drive to Jones for brunch. Even before I was near the Franciscan Friars Monastery at Greymoor, I knew that I was going to stop there. All week a memory had been slowly emerging from my subconscious. I had visited the place with Mother after Andrea died. She had called Father Emile, a priest she knew. He was going to be at St. Christopher's Inn that day, and they arranged to meet there. St. Christopher's Inn, on the grounds of the monastery, is the friars' home for destitute men who are alcoholics or drug addicts. I had a vague memory of sitting with a lady, a secretary probably, while Mother was in the office. Then Father Emile took us into the chapel. I remembered that there was a book on the side of the chapel where people could write petitions. Mother wrote something and then gave the pen to me. I wanted to go there again. The friar who admitted me introduced himself as Friar Bob. He didn't question my request. The chapel was empty, and he stood at the door as I knelt for a few minutes. Then I looked around and saw the stand with the ledger-sized book. I went over to it and picked up the pen. Suddenly I remembered what I had written that last time. "Please let Andrea come back to us." This time I could not force myself to stop crying.
"There have been many tears shed in this chapel."
Friar Bob was standing beside me. We talked for an hour. When I got to Jones, I was on speaking terms with God again. Joan and I respectfully disagreed with each other about Will Nebel's performance the night before.
"Ellie, he was just plain drunk. How many people shoot off at the mouth when they've had too much to drink? My point is that's not when they lie. It's when they're more likely to let slip the truth."
I had to admit that Joan was right on that point. I'd investigated and written about 2 cases in which the killer would have never been caught if he hadn't loaded up on scotch or vodka and poured his heart out to someone who immediately called the cops. "That's not the way I see it, though," I explained to her and Leo. "To me, Will Nebels is a spineless, gutless loser. Think of him as the stuff you pour into a gelatin mold. You plan the shape you want, and then you have it. He wasn't too drunk to remember that he once fixed my seesaw and that my father wasn't born with a tool in his hand."
"I agree with Ellie," Leo said. "Nebels is more complex than he appears to be on the surface."
Then he added,
"That, of course, doesn't mean that Joan isn't right.
If Nibbles did see Polly Strobel go into that garage that night, he got smart enough to figure out that the statute of limitations had run out and that it was safe for him to make a buck out of it.
Only he didn't figure this one out for himself, I said. They came to him. He agreed to tell the story they needed, and they paid him to tell it. I pushed my chair back. Brunch was wonderful, I said. And now I feel like winning a chess game from Sean. For a moment I paused to look out the window. It was the second beautiful Sunday afternoon I'd been in this room at this exact same time. I was aware again of the spectacular view of the river and the mountain from this spot. In my world, which was so far from peaceful, to experience that view was like being at an oasis. I won the first chess game. Sean won the second. We agreed to a rematch really soon. Before I started home, I phoned the hospital and spoke to Mrs. Strobel. Polly's fever had broken, and he was feeling much better.
"He wants to talk to you, Ellie."
40 minutes later, I was at his bedside. "You look a lot better than you did yesterday," I told him. He was still very pale, but his eyes were clear, and he was propped up with an extra pillow. He smiled shyly.
"Ellie, Mama said you know that I saw the locket, too."
"When did you see it, Polly?"
"I worked at the service station. My first job there was just to wash and clean the cars after they were fixed. When I cleaned Rob's car one day, I found the locket stuck in the front seat. The chain was broken."
"You mean the day Andrea's body was found?"
Polly looked at his mother.
"Mama?"
he appealed.
"It's all right, Polly," she said soothingly. "You've had a lot of medicine, and it's hard to keep track of everything. You told me you saw the locket twice."
I looked sharply at Mrs. Strobel, trying to decide if she was prompting him, but Polly nodded.
"That's right, Mama. I found it in the car. The chain was broken. I gave it to Rob, and he gave me a $10 tip. I put it with the money I was saving for your 50th birthday present." "I remember, Polly."
"When was your 50th birthday, Mrs. Strobel?" I asked.
"It was May 1st, the May before Andrea died."
"The May before Andrea died?" I was absolutely shocked. "Then he didn't buy the locket for her," I said. "It was one that some girl may have lost in the car, and Rob had it initialed and gave it to Andrea." "Polly, do you remember the locket clearly?" I asked.
"Yes, it was nice. It was shaped like a heart, and it was gold, and it had little blue stones in it."
That was exactly the way I had described it on the witness stand. "Polly, did you ever see the locket again?" I asked.
"Yes, Andrea was so nice to me. She came up and told me how good I was at football and that I'd won the game for the team. That was when I decided to ask her to go to the mixer with me. I walked over to your house, and I saw her going through the woods. I caught up with her outside Mrs. Westerfield's house. She was wearing the locket, and I knew Rob must have given it to her."
"Did you see him that day?"
"I asked Andrea if I could talk to her, but she said not then, that she was in a hurry. I went back into the woods and watched her go into the garage. A few minutes later, Rob Westerfield went in." "Tell Ellie when that was, Polly." "It was 1 week before Andrea died in that garage."
1 week before.
"Then, a couple of days before she died, I talked to her again. I told her that Rob was a very bad person, and that she shouldn't meet him in the garage, and that I knew her father would be very angry if he knew she went there with him."
"When you warned Andrea about Rob, was that the time you asked her to go to the mixer with you?"
"Yes, and she said she would, and she made me promise not to tell her father about Rob."
"And you never saw the locket again?"
"No, Ellie."
"And you never went to the garage again?"
"No, Ellie."
Polly closed his eyes, and I could see that he was becoming very tired. I covered his hand with mine. "Polly, I don't want you to worry any more. I promise you that it's going to be all right, and before I'm finished, everyone will know how nice and kind and good you are."
Mrs. Strobel walked me to the elevator.
"Ellie,
Even at the trial, they were trying so hard to blame Polly for Andrea's death. I was so frightened. That was why I told him he must never talk about the locket.
I understand.
I hope you do. A special child will always need to be protected, even as a grown-up. You heard the Westerfield lawyer on television telling everyone that in a new trial he would prove Polly killed Andrea. Can you imagine Polly on the witness stand with that man hammering at him?
That man, William Hamilton, Esquire. No, I can't. I kissed her cheek. Polly is lucky he has you, Mrs. Strobel. Her eyes lowered to meet mine.
He's lucky he has you, Ellie.
At 7 o'clock, I was on my way to having dinner with Mrs. Hilmer. I turned into her driveway, which now had only one destination. My headlights picked up the charred remains of the garage and apartment. I entered her home with apologies on my lips, but she would have none of it. She pulled my face down for a kiss. "Will you stop worrying about the garage? That fire was deliberately set." "I know it. You don't think I was responsible, do you?" "Good Lord, no." She smiled. "Ellie, I wouldn't want the insurance company to hear me, but that fire turned out to be a good thing. I was well insured, and now I have an empty second building lot where the garage was located. Janie would love to live up here. She thinks it's a wonderful place to raise her baby. If I give them the lot, they'll build a house, and I'll have my family right next door." I laughed. "You've made me feel a lot better." "Well, dinner is ready, and you must be hungry. Let's go right to the table." Dinner consisted of shrimp Creole, followed by a Bibb lettuce salad. It was delicious. Despite her protests, we cleared the table together and tidied up the kitchen. I folded the dish towel. "And now I have to be on my way. I'm driving to Carrington Academy in Maine tomorrow, digging up more of Rob Westerfield's glorious past. Janie and I read those papers and the trial transcript. It brings back how dreadful that time was for all of you." Mrs. Hilmer walked to the closet with me to retrieve my leather jacket. As I buttoned it, I realized I had not thought to ask her if the name Phil meant anything to her. "Mrs. Hilmer, in prison, apparently while he was high on drugs, Rob Westerfield may have confessed to beating a man named Phil to death. Did you ever know or hear about anyone by that name from around here who might have disappeared or been the victim of a homicide?" "Phil," she repeated, looking past me and frowning in concentration. "I know something or read something about a young person named Phil who died a while ago. I can't remember where I heard about it, but it was very sad." "Mrs. Hilmer, think. This is so terribly important." Phil. Oh, Ellie, it's just not coming to me." Of course I had to settle for that. But when I left Mrs. Hilmer a few minutes later, I urged her to stop actively trying to remember the connection and let her subconscious work on it. I was closing in on Rob Westerfield. I could feel it in my bones. The car that was following me tonight was much more subtle than the one Teddy had driven. He rode without lights. I only became aware of his presence when I had to stop to let traffic pass before I could turn into the driveway of the inn, and he was forced to stop directly behind me. I turned, trying to get a good look at the driver. The car was heavy and dark, and I knew it wasn't Teddy. Another car was driving up the driveway, leaving the inn, and its headlights illuminated the face in the car behind me. Tonight, it was my father who wanted to be sure that I got back to the inn safely. For a split second, we looked at each other. Then I turned left into the driveway, and he kept going down the road. Alfie phoned me at 7 o'clock Monday morning. "You still want to buy it?" "Yes, I do. My bank is Oldham Hudson on Main Street. I'll be there at 9 o'clock, and you can meet me in the parking lot at 5 after 9. "Okay."
As I was leaving the bank, he drove up and parked next to my car. From the street, no one would have been able to see what was taking place. He opened the window. "Let's have the money." I handed it to him. After he had counted it, he said, "Okay, here's the diagram." I examined it carefully. In the daylight, it seemed even more chilling. "Alfie, if I show it on the website, it might make the difference between Mrs. Westerfield leaving her money to charity or to Rob." I was standing outside the van. He was sitting in it, his hand on the wheel. "Listen, I'd rather take my chances on Westerfield coming after me than think of him rolling in big bucks. Go for it." "You're sure?" "I'm sure. It kind of makes it up to Skip." After the experience of driving to Boston and getting caught in heavy traffic, I allowed plenty of travel time for the drive to Maine when I rescheduled my appointment with Jane Bostrom, Director of Admissions at Carrington Academy. When I was escorted into her office, her greeting to me was cordial but reserved, and I was certain that she was going to be less than cooperative in releasing information to me. She was at her desk and offered me the seat facing it. She was younger than I had expected, about 35, with dark hair and large gray eyes that seemed to be somewhat wary. "Dr. Bostrom," I said, "let me put my cards on the table. Rob Westerfield spent his junior and senior years at Carrington. He was kicked out of his former prep school because he viciously assaulted another student. He was 14 years old when that incident occurred. At 17, he planned the murder of his grandmother. She was shot 3 times, and it is a miracle that she survived. At 19, he bludgeoned my sister to death. I am at present tracking down the probability that there is at least one more person whose life he has taken." I watched as her expression became dismayed and distressed. She took a long moment before she spoke. "Miss Kavanaugh, that information about Rob Westerfield is horrifying, but please understand something. I have his file in front of me, and there is absolutely nothing in it that indicates a serious behavior problem while he was here. May I ask if the Westerfields have made any significant contributions to Carrington Academy?" "At the time Rob was a student, they helped to renovate and refurbish the athletic center." "I see." "I don't know what you see, Miss Kavanaugh. Please try to understand that many of our students have had an emotionally rough time and need guidance and compassion. Sometimes they've been pawns in nasty divorces. Sometimes one or the other parent simply walked out of their lives. You'd be amazed at what that can do to a child's sense of worth." "Oh, no, I wouldn't be amazed at all," I thought. "In fact, I understand perfectly." "Do you have a list of the student body while he was enrolled here?" "Of course." "May I see it?" "For what purpose?" "Dr. Bostrom, when he was high on drugs in prison, Rob Westerfield made a statement to another convict. He said, 'I beat Phil to death, and it felt good.' Since he assaulted a fellow student at his previous prep school, it is not unlikely that while he was here, he had an encounter with a student named Phil or Philip." Her eyes darkened and became progressively more concerned as she absorbed the implications of what I was saying. Then she stood up. "Ms. Kavanaugh, Dr. Douglas Dietrich has been with Carrington for 40 years. I'm going to invite him to join us. I'll also send for the student roster for those years. I think we'd better go into the conference room. It will be easier to spread out the lists on the table there and go through them carefully." Dr. Dietrich sent word that he was in the middle of a lecture and would join us in 15 minutes. Dr. Bostrom seemed more comfortable with me by then, and certainly willing to help. "We want to watch for Philip as the middle name as well as the first," she warned. "We have many students who are known by their middle names when they've been named after fathers and grandfathers." The student body totaled about 600 during Rob Westerfield's time at Carrington. I quickly realized that Philip was not a common name. "Here's one," I said. "He was a freshman when Westerfield was a sophomore." Jane Bostrom got up and looked over my shoulder. "He's on our board of trustees," she said. I kept looking. Professor Dietrich joined us, still wearing his academic gown. "What's so important, Jane?" he asked. She explained and introduced me. Dietrich was about 70, of medium build with a scholarly face and a firm handshake.
I remember Westerfield, of course. He'd only been graduated 2 years before he killed that girl.
She was Ms. Kavanaugh's sister, Dr. Bostrom interjected quickly.
I'm very sorry, Miss Kavanaugh. That was a terrible tragedy. And now you're looking to see if someone named Phil, who was here around his time, became a homicide victim.
Yes, I do realize it may seem far-fetched, but it's an avenue I have to explore.
Of course.
He turned to Dr. Bostrom.
Jane, why don't you see if Corinne is free and ask her to come over? She wasn't the director of the theater 25 years ago, but she was on staff then. Ask her to bring playbills from those performances Westerfield was in. I seem to remember that there was something funny about the way he was listed in the program.
Corinne Barsky arrived 20 minutes later. A vivacious, slender woman of about 60 with dark, snapping eyes and a rich, warm voice. She was carrying the playbills that had been requested. By then we had isolated 2 former students, one with the first name Philip and one with Philip as a middle name. The first one we'd found, as Dr. Bostrom had told me, was a current trustee of the school. Dr. Dietrich remembered that the student with the middle name Philip had attended his 20th class reunion 2 years ago. I'm afraid I've wasted a lot of your time, I apologized. If I can have a quick look at the playbills, I'll be on my way. In each of them, Rob Westerfield played the male lead.
I remember him, Corinne Barsky told me. He was genuinely good. Very full of himself, very arrogant toward the other students, but a good actor.
Then you had no problems with him? I asked.
Oh, I remember him having a row with the director. He wanted to use what he called his stage name instead of his own name in the show. The director refused.
What was his stage name?
Give me a minute, I'll try to remember. Corinne, wasn't there some kind of flap about Rob Westerfield and a wig?
Dr. Dietrich asked.
I'm sure I remember something about that. He wanted to wear a wig he used in a performance at his previous school. The director wouldn't allow that either. During the play, Rob would come out of the dressing room wearing his own wig and only switch to the appropriate one at the last second. I understand that he wore his wig around campus as well. He got detention any number of times because of it, but he kept on doing it.
Dr. Bostrom looked at me. That wasn't in his file, she said.
Of course his file was sanitized, Dr. Dietrich said impatiently. How else do you think the athletic center got a total renovation at that time? All it took was President Egan's suggestion to Westerfield's father that Rob might be happier in school elsewhere.
Dr. Bostrom looked at me alarmed. Don't worry, I'm not going to print that, I told her.
I remember the name, Corinne Barsky was saying. It's Jim Wilding.
Jim, I thought. Rob had drawn the diagram himself. Corinne Barsky had opened one of the playbills.
The director used to have every member of the cast sign a playbill next to where they are listed in the cast.
She held it up and pointed. With defiant emphasis, Rob Westerfield had signed not his own name, but Jim Wilding instead. I stared at it for a long minute. I need a copy of this, I said. And please take very good care of the original. In fact, I wish you'd lock it in a safe. 20 minutes later, I was sitting in my car, comparing the signature on the diagram with the one on the playbill. I'm no handwriting expert, but when I compared the way the name Jim was signed on both documents, the signatures seemed identical. I began the long drive back to Oldham, exulting in the prospect of exhibiting them on the internet side by side. Mrs. Dorothy Westerfield would have to face the truth. Her grandson had planned her death. I must confess I thoroughly enjoyed the benevolent feeling that I was about to make a number of charities, medical facilities, libraries, and universities very, very happy. I keep my cell phone on the other pillow. Tuesday morning it began to ring and woke me up. As I gave a sleepy hello, I glanced at my watch and was shocked to see that it was 9 o'clock.
Must have had a night on the town.
It was Pete. Let's see, I said. Driving from Maine to Massachusetts and across New York State. It was the most exciting night of my life. Maybe you're too tired to come down to Manhattan. Maybe you're trying to wiggle out of the invitation, Pete. I was now awake and on the verge of being disappointed. My suggestion was going to be that I drive to Oldham, pick you up, and we find a place for us to have dinner. That's different, I said cheerfully. I have a great spot in mind, and it's only 15 minutes from the inn. Now you're thinking. Give me the directions. I sent for room service, showered, washed my hair, and phoned a nearby nail salon to make an appointment for 4 o'clock. I had broken several nails when I fell in the parking lot and wanted to do something about them. Actually, it was comforting to have something to anticipate at the end of the day. I knew it was not going to be easy to spend the afternoon writing Alfie's story about the break-in and tying the incriminating diagram to Rob Westerfield's use of the name Jim in school. By not easy, I meant emotionally not easy, because of the unbearable certainty that if Rob Westerfield had been convicted of that crime, Andrea would not have met him. He'd have been in prison. She would have grown up and gone to college, and like Joan, probably gotten married and had a couple of children. Mother and Daddy would still be in that wonderful farmhouse. Daddy would have come to love it as much as she did, and by now realized what a great buy it had been. I would have grown up in a happy home and gone to college. Choosing to study journalism had nothing to do with Andrea's death, so I probably would be in the same kind of job. It's the career that held a natural attraction for me. I still wouldn't be married. I think I always wanted a career before a commitment. If Rob had been convicted, I would not have spent my life grieving for my sister and yearning for what I had lost. Now, even if I manage to convince Rob's grandmother and the rest of the world of his guilt, he still will get away with it. The statute of limitations has run out on that crime. There is only one way I can get Rob Westerfield back behind bars, and that is to track down Phil, that other person whose life he extinguished. Fortunately, there is no statute of limitations for murder. By 3:30, I was ready to transfer everything to the website. Christopher Cassidy's story of being beaten by Rob Westerfield in prep school. Rob's insistence on being called Jim because of the character he had played on stage. Rob's role in planning the attempt on his grandmother's life. I wrote that William Hamilton, Esquire, was the court-appointed lawyer who had destroyed the original diagram implicating Westerfield in the crime. I ended the piece with the diagram and playbill displayed side by side. On screen, the Jim signatures were startling in their similarity. I kissed my fingers in a salute to the story, pressed the appropriate keys on the computer, and an instant later, it was there on my website. It was 4:45 when I got back to the inn. Even though I had slept till 9 o'clock this morning, I was still sleepy and wanted to take a nap before it was time to dress for my date with Pete. I wondered if seeing the finish line felt like this. That was the way I felt. I had Rob Westerfield on the ropes, and I was convinced that I was about to learn the truth of what he had done to Phil and where it had happened. If I was right, it would send him back to prison. I beat Phil to death, and it felt good. And then when he had been brought to real justice, when the Committee for Justice for Rob Westerfield had been dissolved and slunk away into oblivion, then and only then, like a newly hatched chicken, would I take my own tentative steps into the future. Tonight I was meeting someone I wanted to see and who wanted to see me. Whither do we wander? I didn't know and wasn't looking ahead that far. But for the first time in my life, I was beginning to anticipate the future, with my debt to the past nearly paid. It was a hopeful, satisfying feeling. Then I walked through the door of the inn, and my half-brother Teddy was standing there waiting for me. This time he was not smiling. He looked uncomfortable, yet determined, and his greeting to me was abrupt. "Ellie, come inside. We have to talk." I didn't want to hear whatever he was going to say, so I walked ahead of him into the sunroom. This time he closed the door, and we stood facing each other. "Teddy," I began, "you have to listen to me. I know you mean well. I know your father means well. But you can't be trailing after me. I am perfectly fine, and I can take care of myself." "No, you can't." His eyes were flashing. "Ellie, we saw what you put on the website this afternoon. Dad is beside himself with worry. He said that the Westerfields now have to stop you, and they will stop you. He said you've become a terrible danger to them, and in the process you've put yourself in great danger. Ellie, you can't do this to Dad, or to yourself, or to me." He was so upset, so vehement, that I felt sorry for him. I put my hand on his arm. "Teddy, I don't want to upset you or your father. I'm doing what I have to do. I don't know how many ways to say it to you, but please, just leave me alone. You've gotten along without me all your life. You're a nice kid, but let's leave it at that." "I'm not just a nice kid. I'm your brother. Whether you like it or not, I'm your brother. And stop saying your father to me. You think you know everything, but you don't, Ellie. Dad never stopped being your father. He's always talked about you, and I always wanted to hear about you. He told me what a great little kid you were. You don't even know it, but he went out to your college graduation and sat in the audience. He got a subscription to the Atlanta News when you started working there, and he's read every article you've ever written, so stop saying he's not your father." "Teddy, you just don't understand. When my mother and I went to Florida, he let us go." "He told me you thought that, but it isn't true. He didn't just let you go. He wanted you back. He tried to get you back. Your mother told him there was too much grief to contain under one roof, that she only wanted to remember the good parts and go on to a new life, and she did." "How do you know all this?" "Because I asked him." "Does he know you're here?" "I told him I was coming. I'm here to beg you to come home with me, and if you won't do that, at least to check out of here and go someplace where nobody except us knows where you are." He was so earnest, so concerned, so caring that I almost put my arms around him. "Teddy, there are things you don't understand. I knew Andrea might have gone to meet Rob Westerfield that night, and I didn't tell on her. I've had to carry that blame all my life. Now when Westerfield gets his new trial, he's going to convince a lot of people that Polly Strobel killed Andrea. I didn't save her, but I have to try to save Polly. Dad told me it was his fault that Andrea died. He was late getting home. One of the guys he worked with had gotten engaged, and he had a beer with him to celebrate. He was starting to get suspicious and worried that Andrea was still seeing Westerfield behind his back. He told me that if he had been home earlier, he would never have allowed her to go to Joan's house that night. So instead of being in that garage, she would have been at home, safe. He believed what he was telling me. Was my memory so distorted? Was my abiding sense of guilt, if only Ellie had told us, only a part of the total picture? My mother let Andrea go out after dark alone. My father suspected Andrea was still seeing Rob, but had not yet actually confronted her. My mother had insisted on moving to what was then a rural and isolated community. My father may have been too strict with Andrea. His attempts to protect her may have made her rebellious. I was the confidant who knew of the secret meetings. Did the three of us choose to harbor guilt and grief within our own souls? Or did we have any choice? Ellie, my mother is a very nice lady. She was a widow when she met Dad. She knows what it is to lose someone. She wants to meet you. You'd like her. Teddy, I promise I will meet her someday. Someday soon? When I've seen this through. It's not going to take much longer. You will talk to Dad? You will give him a break? When this is over, we'll have lunch or something. I promise. And listen, I'm going out tonight with Pete Lawler, someone I worked with in Atlanta. I don't want either one of you following me around. He's picking me up here and will deposit me back here safely. I promise. Dad will be relieved to hear that. Teddy, I have to get upstairs. There are a couple of calls I have to make before I go out. I've said what I have to say. No, maybe I haven't. There's something else Dad told me that you should know. He said, I've lost one little girl. I can't lose another. If I had expected a hint of romance in our meeting, it was quickly dismissed. Pete's greeting to me was, "You look great," accompanied by a quick kiss on the cheek. "And you're so gussied up, you look as though you won a 15-minute shopping spree in Bloomingdale's," I told him. 20 minutes, he corrected. "I'm starving, aren't you?" I had made a reservation at Catherine's, and while we were driving over, I said, "Big request." "Let's have it." Tonight, I would not like to talk about what I've been doing these past weeks. You watch the website, so you really know what's going on anyhow. Tonight is your night. I want every detail about the interviews you've had. Then tell me why you're so pleased about the job you're taking. You can even tell me if you had a hard time choosing between that very nice and obviously new red tie or another one. Pete has a way of raising one eyebrow. He did that now. The minute I saw this tie, I knew I had to have it. Very good, I encouraged. I want to hear more. At the restaurant, we looked at the menu, ordered smoked salmon and a seafood pasta, and agreed to split a bottle of Pinot Grigio. It's handy that we both like the same entrees, Pete said. Makes it easier with the wine selection. Over dinner, he did open up to me. Ellie, I knew the paper was on the way out. Frankly, I was getting itchy anyway. I wanted either to get with a solid newspaper, such as the New York Times, the LA Times, or the Houston Chronicle, or to try something else altogether. The newspaper jobs were there, but then that something else opened up, and I went for it. A new cable news station. Exactly. I'm in on the ground floor. It has risks, of course, but substantial investors are committed to making it happen. You said it involved a lot of traveling? By a lot, I mean the kind anchormen do when they're onto a big story. You're not telling me you're an anchorman? Perhaps that's too grandiose a word. I'm on the news desk. Short, clipped, and hard-hitting is in these days. Maybe it will work. Maybe it won't. I thought about it. Pete was smart, intense, and got to the point quickly. I think you'll actually be good at it, I told him. There's something so touching about the way you lavish praise on me, Ellie. Don't go overboard, please. It might go to my head. I ignored that. Then you're going to be based in New York City and you're moving there? I already have. I found an apartment in Soho. It's not great, but it's a start. We waited silently while the table was cleared. Then when we'd ordered espresso, Pete said, All right, Ellie, we've played the game by your rules. Now I get my 2 cents in. I want to hear everything you've been up to, and I mean everything. By now I was ready to talk about it, so I told him all, including Teddy's visit. When I finished, Pete said, Your father's right. You've got to move in with him or at least not be visible around Oldham. I think he may be right about that, I admitted reluctantly. I have to go to Chicago in the morning for a meeting with the board of Packard Cable. I'll be gone until Saturday. Ellie, please go down to New York and stay in my apartment. You can be in touch with Marcus Longo and Mrs. Hilmer and Mrs. Strobel from there. And you can keep up your website as well. But at the same time, you'll be safe. Will you do that? I knew he was right. For a few days, until I can figure out where to go. Yes, I will. When we got back to the inn, Pete left his car in the driveway and walked me inside. At the foot of the stairs, he put his hands on my shoulders. Ellie, I know you've had to see this through, and I've understood. But now you can't go it alone anymore. You need us around you. Us? Your father, Teddy, me? You've been in touch with my father, haven't you? He patted my cheek. Of course I have. I dreamt a lot that night. It was an anxiety-ridden dream. Andrea was slipping through the woods. I was trying to call her back, but I couldn't make her hear me, and watched in despair as she ran past old Mrs. Westerfield's house and into the garage. I was trying to shout a warning, but then Rob Westerfield was there and waving me away. I woke to the faint sound of my own voice trying to call for help. The dream wasn't hard to analyze. The imminent anniversary of Andrea's death and the fact that I was acutely aware that Rob Westerfield would be enraged by the latest information on my website were playing on my mind. I knew that I needed to be very careful. At 7 o'clock, I sent for room service. Then I began to work on my book. At 9 o'clock, I showered, dressed, and phoned Marcus Longo. I thought he sounded subdued, and I was right. Ellie, what you put on that website yesterday is inviting a massive lawsuit from both Westerfield and his lawyer, William Hamilton. Good. Let them sue me. I have a couple of $1,000s in the bank and a car with sand in the gas tank that probably needs a new engine, and I may make some decent money on my book. They're welcome to try to get it.
It's your show, Ellie.
I was going to ask Marcus if he had any success in following up on a homicide with someone named Phil as the victim, but he anticipated the question.
So far, 0. Blank. Nothing to tie Westerfield to another crime, he said. But I still have a lot of searching to do. We're also following up on that name Rob liked to use in school.
Jim Wilding?
Yes.
We agreed to stay in close touch. I hadn't spoken to Mrs. Strobel since Sunday afternoon. I called the hospital, hoping to hear that Polly had been discharged, but he was still there. Mrs. Strobel was with him.
Ellie, he's much better. I stop in around this time each day, then go to the store and come back around noon.
When will Polly be able to go home?
I think tomorrow. But Ellie, he wants to see you again. He's trying to remember something you said to him that he said was not correct.
My heart sank. Something I said. I can come over and see him, I offered.
Why don't you come around 1 o'clock? I will be here then, and I think that makes him more comfortable.
I'll be there, Mrs. Strobel, I said. If I arrive before you, I'll wait for you to come before I visit Polly.
Thank you, Ellie.
I managed to get 2 hours' work in, then I checked Rob Westerfield's website. It still had the picture of me shackled to the bed, and more names had been added to the Committee for Justice for Rob Westerfield. But nothing had been added to refute my story of his involvement in the attempted murder of his grandmother. I took that to be a sign of consternation in the ranks. They were still debating what to do about it. At 11 o'clock, the phone rang. It was Joan.
Want to have a quick lunch around 1 o'clock?
Joan asked. I have some errands to do and just realized I'll be passing your door. I can't. I promised to visit Polly at the hospital at 1 o'clock, I said, then hesitated. But Joan...
What is it, Ellie? Are you all right?
Yes, I'm fine. Joan, you told me you have a copy of the obituary notice my father put in the paper for my mother?
Yes, I do. I offered to show it to you.
Can you put your hand on it easily?
Yes, I can.
Then if you're passing the inn, would you mind dropping it off at the desk? I'd really like to see it.
Consider it done.
When I got to the hospital, there was a buzz of activity in the lobby. I saw a group of reporters and cameramen clustered together at the far end of the room, and I quickly turned my back to them. The woman next to me on line to get a visitor's pass told me what had happened. Mrs. Dorothy Westerfield, Rob's grandmother, had been rushed into the emergency room, suffering from a heart attack. Her lawyer had issued a statement to the media that last evening, as a permanent memorial to her late husband, U.S. Senator Pearson Westerfield, Mrs. Westerfield had changed her will and would be leaving her estate to a charitable foundation that would be charged with dispersing all of it within 10 years. The statement said that the only exceptions were small bequests to her son, some friends, and longtime employees. Her grandson was left only $1.
She was very smart, you know, the woman confided to me. I heard some reporters talking. Besides her lawyers, she had her pastor, a judge who is a friend, and a psychiatrist as witnesses that she was of sound mind and knew exactly what she was doing.
I'm sure that my gossipy informant did not realize that my website probably triggered both the will change and the heart attack. It was a hollow victory for me. I remembered that gracious, stately woman offering condolences for Andrea's death the day of the funeral. I was glad to escape into the elevator before a reporter recognized me and connected me with the breaking story. Mrs. Strobel was already in the corridor waiting for me. Together we went into Polly's room. His bandages were now much smaller, his eyes were clearer, and his smile was warm and sweet.
My friend Ellie, he said, I can count on you.
You bet you can.
Now, Polly, explain what it is that worries you about the locket you found in Rob Westerfield's car, his mother encouraged.
I simply didn't know what to expect.
I found the locket and gave it to Rob, Polly said slowly. I told you that, Ellie. That's right, Polly. That was in May, 6 months before Andrea died.
Yes, and the locket was shaped like a heart, and it was gold, and it had pretty blue stones in the center."
That's exactly what you said earlier, Polly. That's the way it happened, isn't it?
"Yes, but something is wrong. You said something, Ellie, that was wrong."
Let me think. I tried to reconstruct the conversation as best I could. The only thing I remember that you didn't just mention is that I said Rob didn't even buy Andrea a new locket. He had the initials of their first names, Rob and Andrea, engraved on a locket some other girl had probably dropped in his car.
Polly smiled. "That's it, Ellie. That's what I needed to remember. Rob didn't have the initials engraved on the locket. They were already there when I found the locket."
"Polly, that's impossible. I know Andrea did not meet Rob Westerfield until October. You found the locket in May." His expression became stubborn.
"Ellie, I remember. I am sure. I saw them. The initials were already on the locket. It wasn't R and A. It was A and R. A-R in very pretty writing."
I left the hospital with a sense that events were spinning out of control. The locket already had the initials A and R engraved on it before Rob met Andrea. That fact was so stunning, so utterly out of context with everything I had been thinking, that for the first few minutes after I left Polly, I had to let it sit in my mind until I could get used to it. I went back to the inn, glad to be there, and equally eager to be on my way to the anonymity of downtown Manhattan. Mrs. Willis was at the desk and handed me an envelope. I knew it was the obituary notice that Joan had left for me. I took it upstairs, phoned room service, ordered a club sandwich and tea, and then sat down in the chair that overlooks the Hudson. It was the kind of view Mother would have loved, with the Palisades rising in the mist, the water gray and restless. The envelope was sealed. I slid it open. Joan had clipped the obituary from the Westchester News. It read, "Kavanaugh, Janine, née Reed, in Los Angeles, California, age 51.
beloved former wife of Edward and loving mother of Gabrielle, Ellie, and the late Andrea. She was active in her church and community and created a happy and beautiful home for her family. She will always be missed, always loved, always remembered. So Mother wasn't the only one who remembered the good years, I thought. I had written my father a churlish note to inform him of Mother's death and to ask if her ashes could be interred in Andrea's grave. I'd been so wrapped up in my own pain that it never crossed my mind that the news of her death might affect him deeply. I decided the lunch with my father that I'd promised Teddy would take place sooner rather than later. I put the clipping in my suitcase. I wanted to pack right away and leave as quickly as possible. Then the phone rang. It was Mrs. Hilmer.
Ellie, I don't know if this is helpful at all, but I remembered where it was that I read a reference to someone named Phil.
Where, Mrs. Hilmer? Where did you see it?
It was in one of the newspapers you gave me.
Are you sure?
I'm positive. I remember because I was reading it when I was at my granddaughter's house.
But you're not sure what it said about him?
You see, Ellie, that's why I think that even if I can find the item, I've probably got the wrong person in mind.
Why do you think that?
Because you're looking for a man named Phil. I read something about a young girl who died, whose family called her Phil.
I beat Phil to death, and it felt good. Dear God, I thought, was he talking about a girl? I pushed the end button to terminate the call, laid the phone on the night table, and grabbed the duffel bag. I unzipped it, turned it upside down, and dumped the yellowing, crumbling newspapers on the bed. I took the first one that came to my hand, sat down in the chair that faced the river, and began to read. The hours passed. At 6 o'clock, I took a break and turned on the news. Mrs. Dorothy Westerfield had expired at 3:30. Neither her son nor her grandson had been at her bedside. I went back to reading the papers. At 7 o'clock, I found it. It was in the memorial section of the obituary page the day of Andrea's funeral. It read, Rayburn, Amy P. Remembering you today and every day. Happy 18th birthday in heaven, our darling Phil. Mom and Dad. A.R. Did the initials on the locket stand for Amy Rayburn? I called Marcus Longo, but there was no answer at his home. I was frantic to have him check Amy Rayburn's name against homicide reports from that year. I knew there was a complete Westchester phone book in the drawer of the night table. I pulled it out, opened it, and turned to the R section. There were only 2 Rayburns listed. One lived in Larchmont, the other in Rybrook. I dialed the one in Larchmont. The modulated voice of an older man answered. There was no way to be indirect. My name is Ellie Kavanaugh, I said. It is necessary for me to speak to the family of Amy Rayburn, the young woman who died 23 years ago.
For what reason?
The voice had suddenly become frosty, and I knew that I had made contact with someone who was at least a relative of the dead girl. Please answer one question of mine, I said, and then I will answer all of yours. Was Amy the victim of a homicide?
If you do not know that already, you have no business calling our family.
The phone was slammed down. I called back, and this time the answering machine picked up. My name is Ellie Kavanaugh, I said. Nearly 23 years ago, my 15-year-old sister was bludgeoned to death. I believe I have proof that the man who killed her is also responsible for Phil's death. Please call me back. I began to leave my cell phone number, but the phone was picked up on the other end.
I'm Amy Rayburn's uncle, he said. The man who murdered her served 18 years in prison. What do you think you're talking about?
The man I had called, David Rayburn, was the uncle of 17-year-old Amy Phyllis Rayburn, who was murdered 6 months before Andrea. I told him about Andrea, about Rob Westerfield's confession to a fellow inmate in prison, about Paulie finding the locket in Rob's car, and about its being taken from Andrea's body. He listened, asked questions, then said, My brother was Phil's father. That was Amy's nickname in the family and among her close friends. Let me call him now and give him your number. He'll want to talk to you. Then he added,
Phil was about to graduate from high school. She'd been accepted at Brown. Her boyfriend, Dan Mayotte, always swore he was innocent. Instead of going to Yale, he spent 18 years in prison.
15 minutes later, my phone rang. It was Michael Rayburn, Phil's father.
"My brother told me about your call," he said. "I won't try to describe my emotions or those of my wife at this moment. Dan Mayotte had been in and out of our home since he was in kindergarten. We trusted him like a son. We have had to make our peace with the death of our only child, but to think that Dan may have been wrongly convicted of her death is almost more than we can bear. I'm a lawyer, Miss Kavanaugh. What kind of proof do you have? My brother talked about a locket."
"Mr. Rayburn, did your daughter have a heart-shaped gold locket with blue stones or gems on the front and her initials on the back?"
"Let me put my wife on."
From the moment she spoke, I admired the composure of Phil's mother. I described the locket to her.
"That has to be Phil's locket. It was one of those inexpensive trinkets you pick up at a shopping mall. She loved that kind of jewelry."
"Do you think you might have a picture of Phil wearing it?" I could hear tears in her voice.
"We were always taking pictures of her. I'm sure I can find a picture of her wearing it."
Her husband took the phone from her.
"Ellie, from what you told my brother, I understand that the convict who says he heard Westerfield confess to my daughter's murder is missing."
"Yes, he is."
"I have never in my heart believed that Dan could attack Phil so violently. But as I understand it, there is no hard and fast proof to actually tie Westerfield to Phil's death."
"No, there isn't, at least not yet. But if you tell me the circumstances of your daughter's murder and why Dan Mayotte was charged and convicted, I can put it out there on the website and see if it brings in more information. Can you do that?"
Dan and Phil had quarreled and hadn't seen each other in a week. He did tend to be jealous, and Phil had told us that the week before, when they were buying sodas and candy in the lobby before a movie, some guy started talking to her, and Dan got angry. She never described the guy or mentioned his name. She and Dan didn't speak for a week after that. Then one day she went to the local pizza parlor with some of her girlfriends. Dan came in with some of his friends and went over to Phil. They talked and I guess began to make up. Those kids were crazy about each other. Then Dan spotted the guy who'd been flirting with Phil in the movies. He was standing at the counter.
"Did Dan describe him?"
"Yes, good-looking, about 20 years old, dark blonde hair. Dan said that at the refreshment stand of the movie house he'd overheard him tell Phil that his name was Jim."
Jim, I thought. That had to be one of the times Rob Westerfield was wearing his dark blonde wig and was calling himself Jim.
Seeing the guy there at the pizza parlor made Dan jealous all over again. He said that he accused Phil of planning to meet Jim there. She denied it and said she hadn't even noticed he was in the place. After that, she got up and stalked out. Dan said he persuaded her to get in his car and talk things over. But when he told her it was too much of a coincidence for him to believe that Jim just happened to be in the pizza parlor, she got sore at him again and got out of the car. She told him that she was going back to her friends and for him to get lost. Dan admitted he was furious and said that he gunned the engine and took off. Phil never made it to the restaurant.
Michael Rayburn's voice broke.
She died of multiple fractures of the skull. Her face wasn't recognizable.
I beat Phil to death, and it felt good.
Dan admitted that he'd been angry and upset after she got out of his car. He said he drove around for an hour or so, then parked near the lake and just sat there for a long time. But he had no one to back up his story. No one had seen him, and Phil's body was found in a wooded area about a mile from the lake.
Didn't anyone else see Jim at the pizza parlor?
People said they remembered a guy there with dark blonde hair, but he apparently didn't talk to anybody, and nobody noticed when he left. Dan was convicted and sent to prison.
Where is Dan now? I asked.
He got his college degree in prison instead of at Yale. I've heard he works as a counselor to former inmates.
I never in my heart really believed he could do that to Phil. If it turns out that your theory is right, then I owe him a profound apology." Rob Westerfield owes him a lot more than an apology, I thought. He owes him 18 years and the life he should have lived. "When are you going to put this on your website, Ellie?" Michael Rayburn asked. "As soon as I can write it. That should take about an hour. Then I won't keep you. We'll be looking for it. Let me know if any new information comes in." I knew that I was already in jeopardy from the Westerfields, and that by mounting this new assault, I was being downright reckless. I didn't care. When I thought of all the victims Rob Westerfield had claimed, I became enraged. Phil, an only child. Dan, his life destroyed. The Rayburns, Dan's mother, Rob's grandmother, our family. I started Phil's story with the headline, "Westchester District Attorney, Take Note." My fingers flew over the keyboard. At 9 o'clock it was finished. I read it over once and with grim satisfaction sent it to the website. I knew I had to clear out of the inn. I closed the computer, packed in 5 minutes, and went downstairs. I was at the desk paying my bill when my cell phone rang. I thought it might be Marcus Longo, but it was a woman with a Hispanic accent who responded to my quick greeting. "Ms. Kavanaugh?" "Yes?" "I have been watching your website. My name is Rosita Juarez. I was housekeeper for Rob Westerfield's parents from the time he was 10 years old until he went to prison. He is a very bad person." I gripped the phone and pressed it closer to my ear. This woman had been the housekeeper at the time Rob committed both murders. What did she know? I tried to make my voice sound calm. "Yes, Rob is a very bad person, Rosita. He looked down on me. He made fun of the way I talk. He was always nasty and rude to me. That's why I want to help you." "How can you help me, Rosita?" "You are right. Rob used to wear a blonde wig. When he put it on, he would say to me, 'My name is Jim, Rosita. That shouldn't be too hard even for you to remember.'" "You saw him put on the wig?" "I have the wig." There was sly triumph in the woman's voice. "His mother used to get very upset when he wore the wig and called himself Jim, and one day she threw it in the garbage. I don't know why I did it, but I took it out and brought it home. I knew it was expensive, and I thought maybe I could sell it, but I put it in a box in the closet and forgot all about it until you wrote about it on your website." "I'd like to have that wig, Rosita. I'll be glad to buy it from you." "No, you don't have to buy it. Will it help to make people believe that he killed that girl Phil?" "I believe it would. Where do you live, Rosita?" "In Phillipstown." Phillipstown was actually part of Cold Spring, not more than 10 miles away. "Rosita, may I come and get the wig from you now?" "I'm not sure." She was starting to sound worried. "Why not, Rosita?" "Because my apartment is in a 2-story house, and my landlady sees everything. I don't want anyone to see you here. I am afraid of Rob Westerfield." Before I could try to convince her, she volunteered, "I live only a few minutes from the Phillipstown Hotel. If you want, I could drive there and meet you at the back entrance." "I can be there in 20 minutes." I rushed to finish paying my bill and quickly put my bags in the car. 6 minutes later, I was on my way to acquire the tangible proof that Rob Westerfield had owned and worn a dark blonde wig. Sometime after dark, the light mist had turned into a cold, battering rain. The windshield wipers of the car I had rented needed to be replaced, and before I had driven a mile, I found myself straining to see the road. The traffic became lighter the farther north I drove on Route 9. As the minutes passed, I became frantic that I would miss Rosita. She had sounded so nervous that I was sure she would not wait around if I didn't show up on time. I was concentrating all my energy on watching the road in front of me, and only gradually became aware that I was starting to go up a hill. It dawned on me that it had been a while since I'd seen any headlights coming from the opposite direction. I glanced at the odometer. The Phillipstown Hotel was not more than 10 miles from the Hudson Valley Inn, yet I had already driven 12 miles and still wasn't there. Obviously, somewhere I had veered off Route 9. The road I was on now was clearly not the main highway and was getting narrower. Frustrated and furious at myself, I carefully began to make a U-turn. In that instant, a red dome light went on behind me and blinding headlights flashed in my eyes. I stopped the car, and what appeared to be a police van pulled up beside me. Thank God, I thought. I rolled down the window to ask the cop to please give me directions to the Phillipstown Hotel. The window of the van rolled down as well, and the man in the passenger seat turned to face me. Though there was no light directly on his face, I saw immediately that it was Rob Westerfield, and he was wearing a dark blonde wig. With an unmistakable Hispanic accent, and with his voice pitched to sound like a woman, he mockingly called, "He was nasty to me. He made fun of the way I talk. He told me to call him Jim." My heart almost stopped. Horrified, I realized that Rob, pretending to be Rosita, had made the phone call to lure me out. Past him I could just make out the face of the driver. It was the man who had threatened me in the parking lot of the railroad station near Sing Sing Prison. Frantically, I looked around for a way out. I could not get around them. My only hope was to straighten out the car, floor the gas pedal, and keep driving blindly ahead. I had no idea where the road might lead. As I accelerated, I saw that there were woods on both sides of me and that the road was steadily narrowing. The tires were slipping, causing the back of the car to fishtail. I knew I could not outrun them. I could only pray that I would not end up in a cul-de-sac, that this road might take me towards some kind of highway. They had turned off the dome light, but their bright headlights were still shining straight into my rearview mirror. Then they began to toy with me. They pulled up on my left, and the van slammed into the side of the car. The door behind the driver's seat took the impact, and I heard grinding steel as the car lurched and my head banged into the steering wheel. They dropped back as I skidded from side to side, trying now to stay in the middle of the road. I knew I was bleeding from a cut on my forehead, but I managed to hang onto the wheel and keep the car on the road. Then, suddenly, they shot by me, angling in front of me and tearing the fender off my car as they hit me again. I could hear the fender scraping and dragging as I struggled to stay on the road, praying that soon I'd come upon an intersection or at least see another car coming toward me. But there were no other cars, and I sensed that a third attack was coming. Clearly they would aim to make it the final one. As the road curved sharply, they slowed and moved fully into the left lane. I hesitated briefly, then accelerated, hoping to break ahead of them again. However, they quickly pulled up even with me again. For a split second, I glanced at them. The interior light was on in the van, and I could see that Rob was waving something at me. It was a tire jack. With a final burst of speed, the van cut sharply to the right, directly into my path, forcing my car off the road. Helplessly, I tried to turn the wheel, but I felt the tires losing traction. The car went into a spin and then tumbled down the sloping embankment, heading toward a wall of trees 30 feet away. I managed to hang on to the steering wheel as the car turned over several times. I covered my face with my hands as the car, right side up again, slammed into a tree and the windshield shattered. The sound of crashing metal and glass had been deafening, and the sudden silence that followed was ghostly. My shoulder hurt, my hands were bleeding, my head was throbbing, but I could tell that by some miracle I had not been seriously injured. The final impact had caused the driver's door to spring open, and sleet was pelting at me from every side. The cold sting against my face may have kept me from losing consciousness, and suddenly my brain felt clear. It was totally dark, and for a moment I felt extraordinary relief. I thought that when they saw my car tumbling down the side of the road, they decided that I was finished and had driven away. But then I became aware that I was not alone. Nearby I heard harsh, labored breathing, followed by the high choking sound that as a child I had described as a giggle. Rob Westerfield was out there in the dark, waiting for me, just as he had waited for Andrea nearly 23 years ago in the darkness of the garage hideout. The first blow of the tire jack missed me and hit the headrest behind me. I clawed at the clasp of the seat belt and managed to release it. As I scrambled over to the passenger side, the second blow came so close that I felt it graze my hair. Andrea, this is the way it was for you. Oh, God, please. Please help me. I think we both heard it at the same time. A car roaring around that last bend in the road. Its headlights must have caught the wreckage of my car, because it turned and came rushing down the slope to where I was trapped. Rob Westerfield, the tire jack in his hand, was illuminated in the glare. But so was I, and now he could see exactly where I was. Snarling, he twisted around and turned back toward me. He leaned inside the car until his face was only inches from mine. I tried to push him away as he raised the tire jack, about to smash it over my head. I heard the scream of sirens filling the air as I shielded my head with my arms and waited for the blow to land. I wanted to close my eyes, but I could not. I heard the thud before I saw the look of shock and pain on Westerfield's face. The tire jack fell from his hand onto the seat beside me as he was suddenly thrust forward and disappeared. Unbelieving, I stared out. The car that had driven down the slope was filling the space where he had stood. The driver had seen what was happening and had done the only thing possible to save my life. He had crashed his car into Rob Westerfield. As the blazing lights of the police cars turned the area into virtual daytime, I looked into the faces of my rescuers. My father was driving the car that had hit Rob Westerfield. My brother was beside him. On Daddy's face, I saw again the agonized expression that I remembered from when he knew he had lost his other little girl. 1 year later. I often look back and realize how close I came that terrible night to sharing my sister's fate. From the time I left the inn, Dad and Teddy had been following me from a distance. They had seen what they believed to be a police van behind my car and assumed that I had finally requested protection. However, they lost me when I veered off the highway, and Dad called the Phillipstown police to be sure the van had stayed with me. That was when he learned that I had no official escort. The police told Dad where I probably had taken the wrong turn and promised immediate response. Dad told me that when he came around the turn, the driver of Westerfield's van had started to pull away. He'd been about to follow him, but Teddy spotted the wreckage of my car. Teddy, the brother who never would have been born if Andrea had lived, saved my life. I often reflect on that irony. Both of Rob Westerfield's legs were broken when he was hit by Dad's car, but they mended in time for him to walk into court for his 2 trials. The district attorney for Westchester County immediately reopened the investigation into Phil's death. He obtained a search warrant for Rob's new apartment and found a cache of his trophies, mementos of his hideous crimes. God knows where he had stashed them while he was in prison. Rob had kept an album containing clippings of newspaper stories about both Andrea and Phil, starting from the time their bodies were found. The clippings were in sequence, and next to them were pictures of Andrea and Phil, photographs of the crime scenes, the funerals, and the other people caught up in the tragedies, including Polly Strobel and Dan Mayotte. On each page, Rob had written comments, cruel and sarcastic commentary on his actions and the people he hurt. There was one picture of Dan Mayotte on the witness stand, swearing that a guy named Jim with dark blonde hair had been flirting with Phil in the lobby of the movie theater. Next to it, Rob had written, "I could tell she was crazy about me. Jim gets all the girls." Rob had been wearing the dark blonde wig when he pursued me. But the most telling proof of his guilt in Phil's death was that he had kept her locket. It was pasted on the last page of the album. The caption under it read, "Thanks, Phil. Andrea loved it." The district attorney requested the criminal court judge to vacate Dan Mayotte's conviction and to schedule a different trial. The People versus Robson Westerfield. The charge was murder. I saw the locket exhibited at the trial, and my mind flew back to that last evening in Andrea's bedroom when, close to tears, she had slipped it around her neck. Dad was sitting next to me in court and closed his hand over mine. "You were always right about the locket, Ellie," he whispered. Yes, I was. And at last I have made my peace with the fact that, because I saw her wearing it and believed she had gone to the hideout to meet Rob, I did not immediately tell my parents when she was missing. It may already have been too late to save her, but it is time to relinquish the possibility that it may not have been too late, and to stop letting it haunt me. Robson Westerfield was convicted of the murder of Amy Phyllis Rayburn. In a second trial, Rob and his driver were convicted of attempted murder for their attack on me. Rob Westerfield's sentences are consecutive. If he lives another 113 years, he will be eligible for parole. As he was being escorted out of the courtroom, after the second sentencing, he stopped for a moment to check his watch against the courtroom clock. Then he adjusted it. "Don't bother," I said to myself. "Time has no meaning for you anymore." Will Nebels, when confronted with the evidence of Westerfield's guilt, admitted that he had been approached by Hamilton and offered a bribe to lie about seeing Polly go into the garage that night. William Hamilton, disbarred attorney, is now serving his own prison term. My book was rushed out for publication in the spring and did very well. The other book, the sanitized version of Rob Westerfield's sorry life, was withdrawn. Pete introduced me to the Packard cable executives, and they offered me a job as an investigative reporter. It seemed like a good opportunity. Some things never change, I report to Pete. But that's fine. We were married 3 months ago in the St. Christopher Chapel at Graymore. Dad gave the bride away. Pete and I bought a house in Cold Spring overlooking the Hudson. We use it on weekends. I never tire of the view, that majestic river framed by the Palisades. My heart has finally found its home, the home I have been seeking all these years. I see Dad regularly. We both feel the need to make up for lost time. Teddy's mother and I have become good friends. Sometimes we all go up to see Teddy at college. He's on the freshman basketball team at Dartmouth. I am so proud of him. The circle has taken a long time to close, but it has closed, and for that I am deeply grateful.